show, and you guys are free to
So random.
All right, you guys have
Alrighty.
a great session. I'll catch you later.
Thanks,
Take care,
Anthony.
man.
Alright, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right. We are getting ready to go.
Yeah, let's go.
Think so. Hopefully, you had some time to add some things to your character sheets if you wanted to or could. Everything else should be ready. We talked about. Well, I didn't talk about it. Well, I did talk about it a little bit. Notes are going to be huge in this. So if you're following along at home and want to try to solve the mystery, if you wanted to make sure that you're getting all the details, notes are going to be very important. If you have questions about taking notes, I'm not a teacher. There's not an exam, so I'm not going to be like stomping my foot in order to make sure that you know what notes to take.
Yeah.
But I'll try to encourage you. Like, if I say something more than once, then it's probably important in some way, shape, or form. But more or less, if I'm asking you, if I'm
Can we get a
like,
can we get a punishment if we
So
want to punish
You're
me?
requesting for
Um,
a punishment?
No,
Yeah.
it's more
Brian.
like, so if I give you the initial description of something, just take down short notes, like bullet points, right? Like if I'm explaining like the murder scene, right? Or if I'm describing how a character looks, that stuff is obviously going to be important. If I'm asking you to roll for something, the results are probably going to be important, right? So little things like that. I don't expect you to keep like a running, like, well, that's not true either. Keeping a timeline is very important. Like when certain characters came and went, when they were seen, hours and things like that. If I'm giving you times, those are probably important, so that you can put kind of like a timeline together. So this is gonna kind of test your abilities a little bit more than maybe you're used to, just because of how different it is. Like I said, this is going to be less combat intensive and more role playing and problem solving and story based. It is. So
Let's go, Detective Torchlighters. Woohoo!
yeah, so I mean you really are, right? And you're about to get you're about to be assigned if you want. You're about to be asked to help to investigate. So that's kind of where the adventure begins. I don't want this to be something that gets frustrating. So if there's something that you're missing, like there's not going to be individual puzzles necessarily that you're going to have to solve and move on with. I know puzzles can be frustrating because if you can't figure it out, then it's like, well, what are we even doing? Some of you might recall back all the way to the extra dimensional spaces, like chapter 1 of the story. There were a few puzzles. People were getting frustrated. If you guys are stuck, I will try to give you some guidance. I will try to lead you in the right direction, but feel free to ask all the questions you want. You are essentially going to be solving a murder, so it's on you guys. And honestly, if you don't solve it, like, I'm not going to kill all your characters off, right? There's not like, at the end of the day, this is for fun. No, but
Yeah.
It's okay, you're gonna kill us with brain damage.
maybe. I will be exercising the house rule that we've been using more frequently as far as averaged rolls. So if you guys are investigating a room, if you're investigating like I said, the crime scene, if you're investigating a murder weapon, these are all hypotheticals. I'm not saying any of this stuff exists. I'm just saying, if you're doing something as a team, I'm going to ask whoever wants to participate to roll for it, and then I will average those rolls, because again, you're working as a team. So don't feel like you have to participate, but don't feel like you're dragging down the rest of the team, because the people who are strong at doing something are going to balance out the people who are not so strong at doing something. Also, another thing, the reason I'm doing this is because I want the information that I give you to be shared as a group. So I don't want Eevee to be like rolling high investigation checks, or Kyle to be rolling high investigation checks, and poor Emmi, who has like a negative 87 in investigation. I don't want Emmi to be left in the dark, right? You guys are working as a team, so I think team roles are going to be the best suited to fulfill that role. Roll, funny. Anyway,
Mm.
I think
XD.
Ahaha.
I think that counts. I think that covers everything that I really wanted to discuss once the stream was going. So everybody at home can follow along, and it's going to be in the notes, or it's going to be in the video as well. So, yeah, any questions about any of that?
Nope.
No.
So quick recap. It was not too much. A lot happened, but you know, it happened over a long period of time in the last session. So after this party got back to Candlekeep, a couple weeks of downtime later, you were involved in a skirmish at the main gates. Essentially, a lot of commoners were flooding the main gates of Candlekeep because they feared the plague was spreading to them, and they were requesting assistance. You all worked with the priests and the guards and the gatekeeper. You assisted all of them in pushing back the commoners with very little, you know, bloodshed. There was no deaths at all, and other than some hurt egos and some broken noses, everyone lived to see another day. And you know, the mob was squashed, if you will. So everything went pretty well. You guys were introduced to Adom. Adom kind of explained his story a little bit, that he comes from the west across the Sea of Swords, from an island there, and kind of explained how he got to Candlekeep and a little bit about what he was doing. You were also introduced to another character. She's a little halfling reporter, and she asked you a bunch of questions. It was Thorell Mooneyes, and she seemed to know a lot of information that not a lot of people should know, right? Asked you questions about adventures that you'd been on, asked you questions from your past that you haven't divulged to anybody. She just asked a lot, and as you went around to Candlekeep and requested more information about her, you got a lot of mysterious answers. You know, no one really knows where she's come from. She's, you know, comes and goes to Candlekeep whenever she likes. It seems like she's, you know, there one minute and gone the next, and you know, she's been there as long as anyone remembers. In fact, you spoke with another one of your compatriots that you met downstairs in Firefly Cellar, Varnier, and Varnier informed you that she can remember Thorell being there as far as back as 600 years, right? Because that's how long Varnier has been in Candlekeep. So a little bit of a mystery there, but not really your main focus, as you know, she was gone. She turned the corner and left the meeting room and, you know, disappeared. So you guys started to get a little bit more rest. You got another week of downtime until one morning you woke up and you met in the meeting room, and there was a book left to you by Janusi, the keeper, the keeper of chronicles, more or less. And he advised you that you know, he wrote you a little note. I believe I posted it in the Discord, I think. If not, it's, you know, more or less just thanking you for everything you've done. It's, you know, it's okay to take a break and have a little bit of fun, and told you to, when you open the book, to take care. And that was it. So you decided as a group to open the book, and you were whisked off to the Way of the Lion, about 2 hours east, at, you know, before dawn even. The sun hadn't even completely risen yet, so it was about 2 hours before dawn. And after looking around, kind of confused, it being much colder than it had been previously, you decided to make your way down the Way of the Lion to the west, and made it to the walls of Candlekeep, more or less. So you made it to the main gate and tried to knock with no response. The first thing you noticed is the doors were completely closed, which is unusual. You all kind of, I had a couple of you roll, but you all could remember that the doors had never been closed, as far as you knew. There was always one door open to allow seekers to come and go, and to at least attempt to gain access to Candlekeep. And the fact that both doors were closed was an abnormality. And after knocking and getting no response, Adom used his key in an attempt to potentially break down the door, which was unsuccessful, but did cause an awesome magical ripple effect throughout all of Candlekeep and rung a bell, you know, at the tallest tower. And after a few more minutes of freezing and trying to knock one more time, you were finally greeted by a guard, by a priest, and asked what you were doing there. And his name was, I don't think you know his name, I don't think you asked, but
It's Skoda.
no, it was Jostin was the first one. Jostin was the
Mm.
one that greeted you the first time, and you asked him if he could, or I think you name dropped, didn't you? You said you were sent by Janusi, or you mentioned Janusi, and he kind of froze and turned back around and requested the book and went to go retrieve Skoda. So you were greeted by Skoda after another hour out in the cold. I believe some of you have suffered like a level of exhaustion since then. But Skoda appeared, and she was, you know, slightly built for Dragonborn, but still still over 6 feet tall, about 50, 60 years of age, and she was, in fact, you know, she's a Dragonborn. And I kind of described her appearance. And she opened the gate and was apologetic, but explained to you that you were coming at a bad time, as the keeper, Janusi, was found murdered this morning. And that is where we left off. I believe we had a couple players who started getting sick, unfortunately, so we just decided to call it there. And
We do not speak of that horrible day.
That was tragic.
the
But
day that will not be. The day
I
that
did
will
not
be
sleep
remembered.
that well because of that.
Sorry, I know it can
Oh,
suck.
good, oh, good.
But regardless, that is where we ended the session. So, and that is where we'll pick up today. Before we do so, does anyone have any questions about any of that? Anything you want to clarify for your notes? Anything that you want to take down? Anything at all?
No.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
clear.
Okay. So, yeah. So Janusi just mentioned to you that Skoda just mentioned to you that Janusi is dead, has been murdered, and the game is yours. Go ahead.
I believe Eevee was like in the front of the door because I think she was waiting.
Didn't they open the gate for us?
The main door has been opened. Whether or not you've been welcomed inside, honestly, I don't remember. I know she was standing in the doorway, kind of blocking it. So, yes, one of the big main gate doors has been swung open. Skoda is currently blocking the way.
Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't been let in.
So I'm gonna look at her and ask her if we can come inside and discuss what happened.
You absolutely can. We'll go ahead and everybody go ahead and roll that d20 for me, so we can at least get an order for everyone.
Tough.
Yeah.
What's with these
Get
numbers?
get the single digit rolls out the way.
Yeah. Okay. So luckily for us, Eevee does go first. Over here. Looks like Kyle was next. Sorry, Stolas, you gotta go away. Kyle was next.
Poor
And
poor
then
baby.
we have Alaric, what was your roll?
3.
Okay, so it looks like Emmi, Adom, Alaric.
Yeah.
Is it okay if you make it a little bigger?
What are we talking about? Like these down here?
Yeah. These so
Maybe.
that would help. Yeah. Thank you.
Welcome. I'm gonna move it a little bit out. We'll leave it. That's fine. Just know that these bigger tokens are your talking order. Okay. So yeah, Eevee, you are first to act. If you would like to approach her and discuss something, she'd more than welcome to listen.
Okay. Well, like I said, I want to ask her if we can come back inside and discuss what happened because we were just given a book with a note from him, and I definitely want to know what happened and also get out of the storm. It's fucking cold.
Yeah. Skoda kind of looks at you funny. She looks back at looks back and you can see over her shoulder. It looks like Jostin is still back there. It doesn't really matter which one we can call this one here Jostin for the time being. She looks back at Jostin, kind of confused, and looks back at you, just on your verbiage. Kind of shakes her head a little bit, and yes, Jostin mentioned you might have. You mentioned, Keeper Janusi's name, but regardless, maybe your appearance here is opportune for us. I will say that book that you brought us, I'm not sure where it came from. We have so many copies of that book in stock. It's like we get a new one every year. I'm not sure at this point, but if you're willing to help us, we might be willing to welcome you inside and give you food and shelter, at least for the time being.
We've helped you many times before, so I believe we'd definitely be open to that. What do you need help with?
Skoda looks at. Sorry, that's the dog. Skoda looks at you kind of funny again. At this point, you can tell that she's getting a little frustrated. You keep mentioning you've helped us before, but no one here knows anything of you. I've never seen you before or met you. Or I'm sorry. What are your names? Who have you been helping?
We're the Torchlighters. We've been working with Vazir Og.
Vazir Og has been away for quite some time now. He's away in the far realms. I'm sure he's never mentioned any of you before, but
How long would you say he's been gone for?
a week at this point. It's hard to say. Vazir Og is, he works here like any of the other readers, but he comes and goes. He has his own responsibilities and his own area of research, like we all do. But I know nothing of the Torchlighters, or as I mentioned, I don't even know your names.
An out of character question.
Sure.
When we got there before we opened the book, did Fazil Ag just leave, like left the library, or he had left the library long ago before we even like came back?
Sure. So I believe that the series of events in between those 2 weeks, between the kind of the mob at the gate and this morning, I suppose you can say, when you interacted with the book, those 2 weeks, a lot of things happened all at once and not necessarily in like a specific order. You met Thorell, and I remember you went to ask Orin about Vazir Og, so you could ask Vazir in regards to Thorell and who she was. And I believe it was Orin that mentioned that he had been gone, that he had left to go do his own research. So I would say it's been a few days from your perspective at this point. So as of the morning that you first encountered the book, let's go ahead and say it's been a work week, 5 days, just to keep it simple.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any other above the table questions? No.
No.
Cool.
That was my.
And you said Skoda said that he was gone for 1 week or multiple weeks.
At least 1 week. She, is unsure, but he's been gone for at least a week now. But as Vazir Og comes and goes, he's not. No, he doesn't have necessarily. Some of the readers have responsibilities outside of what they do. But think of like what are they called? Adjunct professors or something like that at like universities. They have a teaching requirement kind of thing, but they're mostly at the university for funding for like under a grant to do their own research.
Yeah.
Kind of like that with them here at Candlekeep. They have responsibilities. They're responsible for certain avowed, but they have a specialty that they kind of focus on and do most of their research on. So Vazir Og is kind of like that. Regardless, he's not here now, and Skoda has not heard of any of you, and has asked twice what your names are.
Okay, I'm gonna look back at the party, give them a weird look, and then look back at Skoda and say, "I'm sorry, my name is Eevee."
She
And
nods her head.
and she's
No.
gonna gesture for the rest of the group to come up and give their names.
Introduce me, Eevee.
Oh, these are my good friends, Alaric and his owl Stolas. This is Kyle, Emmi, and our newest friend Adom.
Skoda nods to each of you in turn. She doesn't seem put off by, Eevee's appearance as a fairy or Kyle's appearance as a Kirkpa, and even,
Are you sure?
I'm positive.
It was
But like
even
most people treat me like a monster.
Kyle says this in the most deepest Batman voice.
and even to Alaric and to Stolas, kind of nods her head briefly at Stolas, treating the familiar with some kind of respect as well. So,
Oh,
she again, it is lovely to meet you, and I do apologize that you had to wait so long out here this morning, but I'm sorry, I don't know any of your names. I believe we're getting slightly off track though. I usually this is not my place to come to the gate at all. I would leave it up to our gatekeeper. I would, Jostin here has responsibility for the gate this morning, and it has been a terrible morning as it is. But we may need help of you if you're willing to help us. Like I said, I'm willing to bring you in, offer you food and shelter, and we can discuss the details further if you prefer.
Of course.
Let's find
We're always willing to help Candlekeep.
Awesome. Kyle, Emmi, or Adom, Alaric, any actions, reactions, responses?
I would. Yeah, you
I
go ahead.
wanna. While I was doing my research, would I be able to tell the date or the day this event happened?
Yeah, actually, sure.
Ju-
I'll let you go.
I'm trying to insinuate that if we went back into the past.
or into the future.
No, it wouldn't make sense if it was the future. Well, or the past.
I mean, I'm not gonna make you roll for it. If you're discussing that with the party, you all saw Janusi about a week ago, right? Like, you all, 2 weeks ago, you saw him on the wall over the Court of Air during the mob, during the breach of the gates. So you knew he existed then. You've been in Candlekeep. You've been within the walls of Candlekeep for 2 weeks at least since then, and haven't heard anything.
Oh, what about Kalen? Isn't that the warden's name? He knows who we are.
Can we just?
I mean,
I was
I've already agreed myself personally to help, and
yeah, I just don't think they remember us.
Don't we have like a badge or something for being the hand of the keeper? I think it's called.
Yeah, we do.
You all have your letters.
I was gonna say we show the letters because that's what we have, and maybe it'll just jog their memory or something. I don't know.
Sure. You all can pull out your letters if you like.
I'd like to get out of the cold. I'm tiny.
Oh yeah.
I'm freezing. Unless you want to make
Yeah.
some room under your cloak, Alaric.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna freeze to death. But sure, you could
I
take it.
said make room
I
on
mean,
the chair, you goober.
oh
I'm
yeah.
gonna freeze, but sure.
But
Just
sure.
I'll admit.
But
But I
you
appreciate your kindness and sacrifice.
you do have my cloak, by the way. You're already enjoying the warmth of my cloak. What else you want? My whole cloak? No?
I want
You
your
want me
body.
to walk?
Who wants to use me
Sheesh.
as a scarf?
That's okay.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
that's dark though.
Yeah, I'd
Okay.
rather. I'm good, bro.
Okay, I need everyone here to go ahead and roll a perception check.
So,
While
yes,
we do
sir.
that, can I put Stolas under my like cloak so he's not cold?
Sure.
Yeah, I tuck him in. Oh,
Okay.
it's my
So
he's
all
single digits.
Eevee.
24.
What actually, Alaric? What's your total roll?
My total
Adom, you
roll
can give me total
is
roll too. Emmy's, I think Emmi is probably just too low
16.
regardless. 16 for Alaric. Adom total roll.
7.
Okay. So Eevee, Kyle, Alaric, you each, have the same idea. You're, confused by Skoda's response to you. You each pull out your what you thought was your letter, and all of your letters seem to have kind of transformed. Each of them is now actually a sealed scroll. It has a wax seal on it. And you're not entirely sure how it got there. Or Kyle, actually Kyle and Eevee, which one was your total highest?
Mine was 17.
What was your
24.
Kyle's was 24. What was your total, Eevee? Total was 17?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Kyle, you noticed that actually on the back of Adom's horse is a large chest. Like a chest that you would carry something in. Like a locked chest. That wasn't there before. That you've never seen before.
It just appeared out of nowhere.
I mean, not immediately now. It's just the first time you're noticing it. It was
It's just that I'd never seen his horse, so I don't know if it's been there like that or.
Good point. I don't know. Well, none of you were on your horses this morning in the meeting room, so
Yeah.
I will say. Let's say you notice that there's a chest on Adom's horse that isn't on any of yours, so it doesn't meet with any. It doesn't match anything. Most of you have the same kind of saddles, the same kind of saddle bags, that kind of thing. This is a chest that is unique. It looks kind of out of place. And while you can't be sure that Adom didn't bring it himself, you can always ask him. But you are pretty confident that it's, Adom's been here for 2 weeks now too. So you can be pretty confident that, that's not something that most people would just casually keep on their horse. It's a pretty big chest.
Adom, is that your chest?
Is what? Whose chest?
I don't know.
That's a pretty big chest.
Yeah.
I never carried a chest on Stuttgart before we came here.
Eevee, you notice that your scroll, your sealed scroll, as you kind of try to pull it out, yours is slightly folded, and as you shake it around, you notice that there seems to be something inside your scroll as well. It's kind of crimped at the edges, if you will. Like, if you ever, what I'm talking about, like yeah, at the edges it's kind of crimped, and it seems like there's something in there.
Can I go ahead and try and open it?
Yeah, absolutely. You do so successfully, no problem. And there is a key inside that chest.
Ooh. Wait, inside my envelope?
Inside your envelope, yeah, sorry. I know I said inside the chest, but that wouldn't make any sense.
All right. She's gonna pull it out and hold it up and fly over to the chest and try it out.
No, it does not work.
Hmm.
As you insert the key fits snugly enough, but something seems to be preventing you from turning the key. Nothing visible that you can, naturally see, but the key itself is not working.
Is it your chest, Eevee?
No, I just
Oh.
found this key and was, thinking 1
What-
+ 1 = 2.
Oh.
Let's try this
Oh,
out.
I thought it was your chest, because you just went towards it. I don't know.
No.
I tell the party that I can maybe try to picklock it since it seems like it's locked.
There's no harm in trying.
Yeah.
Unless we explode.
Eevee's gonna put the key away for now.
Yeah.
I step away from the horse, just in case we don't explode.
So is the chest like right here?
It's
Like right
on
here?
the back. So imagine if there was a saddle in the middle. There's like a little platform on the back of Adom's, horse, and on the platform sits the chest, and it's strapped in.
Okay, yeah. Alaric will try to picklock it, maybe.
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead and roll a thieves' tool check.
Okay.
Could I cast guidance?
If you'd like.
I'll cast guidance on Alaric.
Okay.
I think you need to roll like 1d4, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. It's 15 plus my proficiency, right?
It's a dexterity check, so it's 15 plus dexterity plus proficiency. Yeah. Or it's
That's
yeah.
4, 3, 7, 22. What did Emmi roll?
She hasn't rolled.
Do
yet.
I roll it? Oh,
Emmi rolls it.
You
She's
rolled.
casting it.
Oh, I'm rolling
yeah.
it?
Yeah, roll 1d4.
There you go. 2.
24.
Woo!
Yeah, so you approach the chest as well, and you're able to get your pick in there, and you're doing everything you can. Everything seems to be going right. Your picks are finding the right holes. They're finding the right
Hey, yo.
teeth. Okay, pause.
I was literally holding my.
You're doing everything that you should be doing, and Alaric, for all you know, to the best of your ability, this lock should be opening, but unfortunately, it is not. Even though everything seems to be right, your lockpick seems to fit just as well as Eevee's key does. Nothing seems to be happening. That's what she said.
Magic.
There's
That's
something up
unfortunate.
about this chest. It's not opening. Alaric frustrated, trying to like aggressively, get it open.
Evie's gonna put her hand on Alaric's arm to kind of be like, hold up. How about we try and figure this out inside while Skoda tells us what she wants our help with? It's still cold out here.
Oh
True,
yeah.
true.
Let me take a look at my horse while this is happening
Sure. What are you looking for exactly?
to see if I could take the chest off.
Oh, I mean, it's just regularly strapped on there. Yeah, I mean, it's not permanently attached to your horse. It's just on a little
It's
platform. In the
fused
back.
with the horse.
You can remove it. I don't know what you do with it afterwards, but you can remove it if you want.
Would it be?
I
a
will
bad
say that you
idea
don't
to try
recognize it
break
either.
open?
Say that again.
Would it be a bad idea to try pry it open?
I don't know what you would consider a bad idea. You can do whatever you like.
I think I
Are we
agree
breaking
with.
stuff?
Asking the crew here.
I think we just need to go inside first, and then we could figure it out.
Yeah, let's go inside first, and then we'll look into this mysterious box.
Like,
'Cause
yeah,
we also
even if
all have
we
sealed scrolls to read, so let's get inside, hear this person out, read our scrolls, and try and figure this chest out.
Oh, we all
Okay.
have individual scrolls.
Kimber,
Mhm.
chill.
Well, it said that our
Please.
letters were. It seemed that they had been replaced with sealed scrolls. Mine had a key, and I just pulled the key out. I haven't read the scroll yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
I
assuming
have.
y'all's turned into scrolls too. But again, I'm wanting to go inside. I'm getting some ice on the tips of my wings.
Yeah, some of you are exhausted. Actually, I should mark that. Some of you should be
Yeah.
rolling with disadvantage, and that's my
Like-
fault.
Please, can we
Yeah.
go in, guys?
Which of you are exhausted? Which of you remember?
I think it
I
was me.
I am.
Okay,
I think
Alaric.
it was Emmy and Alaric.
Yeah, I was exhausted.
Well, Emmy didn't roll high enough anyway, so with disadvantage, so it wouldn't have mattered. Alaric, the only thing you noticed was the letter, the sealed scroll that you have. So, I don't think no harm, no foul in this case.
Okay.
Is-
Yeah, I like shivering. Let's go.
He's gonna fly up to Skoda and say, "Yes, we would love to assist you." Like further reiterating that we're helping and kind of motion for that we were gonna follow her.
Sure. Skoda looks extremely confused by this whole interaction. You know, she asked you your names, and then there was some fiddling with scrolls and a key and a chest that you all seemed confused was there. Skoda's confused why you're all here, but
We're all
Any-
confused.
anyway, she glances at the rest of the party and kind of, quickly shakes her head, not out of frustration, but just like, clearing her head a little bit. And she, yes, please follow me. And she steps inside really quick, and as you do, she waves her hand over. She like beckons someone, and you all can see a young man, about 18 years old, carrying, a notepad, carrying some parchment, and Skoda, Fimbris, will you please take care of their horses while I escort them inside? And Fimbris, right away, Skoda. And he kind of he gets one of the other guards and comes out here, and we're going to essentially dock your horses in the stables. So if you'd like to take the chest off Adom and carry it with you, now would be fine. If you'd like it to stay on and just remain in the stables, that's where it's going to go.
No, I wanted to get that chest off. I don't know if it could hurt Stuttgart. I'd rather not find out.
Okay, sure. So you are more than welcome to remove the chest. We'll just go ahead and add it to your inventory. You can add it as mysterious chest or horse chest or unknown, whatever you want to put it on, just so you recognize what it is.
Is it heavy?
It's pretty hefty, I would say. Yeah, I can get you an exact weight if you want.
Yes, I have my special backpack, don't I?
You do. I will say it's too big to fit into either the dimensions are too big to slide into a pouch.
Damn.
Yeah,
Could I
try,
carry
though.
it?
I respect the effort.
Thank
What about-
you. Enough respect for inspiration, maybe?
You're pushing it a little bit.
How about my bag of holding?
Yes, Coda, I know. There's someone outside. I get it. Thank you.
Can I fit in my bag of holding?
No, like I said, I think it's too... What is the... Let me see. Bag of holding. Doesn't actually... Interior space larger than its outside dimensions, roughly 2 feet in diameter at the mouth and 4 feet deep. So unless you can shove it... No, it is not... it is larger than 2 feet in diameter. You cannot get it in there.
Cool.
Let's see. Okay. I don't even know how to weigh this thing based on what's in it. I wish I had a better answer for you. I'm a bad DM. I apologize.
I was just worried because of my bag, so
Let's just say
I
it's
don't
heavy.
necessarily desire to know anymore.
Yeah, it's... We'll say it's pretty heavy.
Oh boy.
However, you see that Fimbris goes ahead and leads the horses up to the left, to where you now notice is a kind of a elevator of sorts. It looks like a giant lift over here in this westernmost, or southernmost, I should say, southernmost tower. And the horses are kind of shoveled in there, a couple at a time, and the lift goes up, and they are going to be housed over here in. Oh, Eevee's connected to her horse. Nope.
Oh.
They're going to be housed over here in the stables, smithy and stables, if you will.
No more.
Yeah. Still trying to get you an answer exactly on how much you could. Any of you can carry it. It's not going to be so unwieldy that you can't carry. It's just going to. It's not light.
Yeah, I'm carrying it right now.
Okay. Skoda goes ahead and welcomes you all inside, or at least moves out of the way and has you come, and starts to lead you over to, well, the hearth where you all are familiar with. Leads you down to the south, to, actually towards the House of Rest. As she starts to kind of explain what she wants from you. So as you all are walking, she explains, just this morning, Janusi was found murdered in his office, in his where he resides and works. Kyle, can I steal Shadow from you? Yeah, there we go. Cool, perfect. And it's no one has been in or out of Candlekeep the last couple of days. It's been exceedingly cold, so we don't get a lot of seekers in. So after Janusi was found, the gates were closed and haven't been opened since. So it's likely that whoever did murder Janusi is still inside Candlekeep. She kind of goes on to explain that, as you know, Candlekeep has defenses. You can't fly out of Candlekeep. You can't teleport in or out of Candlekeep. The only way really to get into Candlekeep from the outside is through this gate. So while it is possible that the murderer slipped out before the gates were closed, Skoda kind of implies that that's probably unlikely. She does go on to say that she's willing to offer you food and shelter and a place to stay while you're investigating. And if you need more incentive than that, then maybe there's something that she can do.
Sounds fair.
I think we need to rest.
Yeah.
Right now.
Alaric shaky.
Well, it's still morning, right?
It is, yes, and for all intents and purposes, you are still. It's morning to you regardless. So, while it may be slightly earlier now than it was when you first got up and met in your meeting room, it's not been so long that either of you are, tired enough to take another long rest. It wouldn't benefit you really.
Well, two of us has point of exhaustion.
Right. Yeah, it would take an entire 8 hours for that to go away.
Yep.
Is that what you're suggesting to Skoda?
No, I'm looking at the two that are exhausted, which is Emmi and Alaric, if they want to take a long rest.
I would like to take a long rest to be useful because I can't help with the whole skills with
Or rules is
disadvantage.
written as long rest would not help you right now. You cannot take more than one long rest per 24 hours. So
Wait, didn't
There's also a killer on the loose.
and I was just about to say, so
well-
rules is written out above the table. On table in world, Skoda explains to you that there's not time for that. We have once Fimbris returns from stabling your horses, he can take you to the hearth, and there you can have food and drink, and it's been known to cure the exhaustion of many a weary traveler.
Yeah.
You know, I got a question. You know,
Sure.
we got the exhaustion from being cold. Does that mean if we go like to a campfire and sit around, get warm, it'll go away?
Um, uh, Again, rules is written, not technically. There are magical ways to restore exhaustion. Just sitting around a campfire doesn't typically do it, but everything about Candlekeep is somewhat magical. So there's a good chance that something here, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, will, cure you of your exhaustion. If you will.
Okay, then.
To the heart.
Alaric will press on. Yeah.
Yeah. So you all noticed that by now, like I said, you've been sitting out in the cold for a while. You walked your way down the Way of Lion for 2 hours. You've been sitting outside the main gate for at least an hour now, and the snow has continued to fall. And by now, there are several inches of snow on, at the main gate on the court of cobbles, and it appears that it's just other than the few footprints that you've seen from Skoda and Jostin and now Fimbris, there is it's just a blanket of white snow. Really, it looks beautiful, but you also know that you can also tell that because of this is so open out here through the court of air, there is a frozen wind that is just whipping across. It is definitely getting colder. It is definitely the weather is getting worse. But it sounds like you guys want to continue to follow. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm.
Is it like a storm coming or something?
Not a storm. No, this is just winter on Candlekeep. We're so close to the ocean, we often get a lot of precipitation and well, snow. It's that's what happens at around Deadwinter.
Fair enough.
But she goes ahead and leads you off, and as you get close to the temple of Ogma, you guys can move your characters close to Skoda, if you will. Whatever kind of marching order you want.
Who's?
Me still carrying the chat.
Oh,
Wait.
Kyle is still linked to Shadow, so when Kyle moves, Shadow moves. Nice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh snap!
That's funny.
Like
Bruh.
synchronized dancing. Dementors.
Oh, what, her? Oh,
Why is he still attached? What the heck?
unlink her.
Okay,
I'll link him.
I unlinked him. He should be fine. There you go.
Okay.
Emmi, are you way back there?
We're doing it like,
This is Skoda. She's leading you
oh, okay.
this direction.
Look at
Alright.
Emmy. Do you want to wear me as a scarf?
You want to build a snowman?
Why not?
I mean, Emmy's neck.
Disney, please don't sue me, please.
Do you wanna find me?
I'll use you as a scarf. My hair will keep you warm.
Nice.
As you do approach, or as you walk past the Temple of Ogma, as she continues to explain, Fimbris does reappear out of the stables to the south, and runs up to Skoda and informs her, Reader Skoda, yes, all the horses have been accounted for. They're being attended to. And Skoda, thanks Fimbris and advises you all that she's kind of going to put you in the hands of Fimbris from here on out, as you're probably aware. A lot is going on. Fimbris will take you to the House of Rest and will sort out the accommodations there and take you to the hearth. She asks the party, however, if you would please meet her at the chapter house of exaltation at noon, or as soon afterwards as you all can manage it. It really is, up to you.
At noon. Where is it?
It is the chapter house of exaltation. Fimbris can escort you there. She turns to Fimbris and kind of, you all can overhear, but Fimbris is advised that your party is his responsibility. for the time being, as long as you all are in Candlekeep, Fimbris will be your guide and answer any questions you may have. She kind of gives Fimbris the kind of a side eye and says, stick to the facts, if you will, and asks you all if there's anything that she can help you with at the moment. But if any questions in regards to Janusi or how you can help us, those questions can be answered when we meet again at noon.
Sounds good.
Does Janusi have any enemies within Candlekeep?
She, looks at
Or
you.
any not
She
enemies.
kind of
like
furrows her brows
scuffle.
at you as she just mentioned that any questions about the murder itself and what you're doing here could be answered at noon. And
Okay.
she, uh, no. Janusi, however, was in a position of power, so that brings its own challenges. But as I mentioned, I will talk to you more at the chapter house. I came down here only because you'd mentioned Janusi's name before, but there is still a lot to be done. But Fimbris, please take care of them as best you can, and make sure they get to the exaltation at noon. And she continues to she walks off. She nods to the rest of your party, and continues off towards the Emerald Door. And as you look across, you can in fact see that the Emerald Door is still glowing, even with the snow. You can see this haze of green light essentially as that's two 15-foot tall doors are closed out in that direction. She heads that way and disappears.
Well, this one isn't weird at all.
Still don't know what to do with this chest.
Oh, you could sit it down right here if you, or inside actually.
I think I'll take a break.
Just
Oh,
chest
yeah.
down. We
Yeah.
are actually going to take a few minutes. As Adom is taking a break with his chest, we're going to take a few minutes as a party, and go get some water, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in around 3 minutes.
Fimbris is the murderer.
Nice. I bet.
Those glasses are suspicious.
True. I have, yeah. They're a good time. When everybody's kind of, it's like there's a fine line between taking them too seriously and then not taking them seriously enough. Hard to keep track. Like when you got your characters and stuff. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty neat. You guys are discussing, I will be right back as well.
Fair enough.
The fact that I'm clearing terabytes, like I'm talking about gigabyte files, is terrible. I
All
got
them
4
clips.
terabytes to sift through. Oh,
The clips.
there's too many. There's too many.
All right.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back to you all. So you were just handed off to Fimbris, who is currently
Is Mel there?
say that again.
Is Mel there?
Oh,
Yeah, I
no,
just
she's
got
not.
back like a second ago. Y'all were just
Oh,
talking. So I didn't
okay.
want to interrupt.
Just
Alright.
making sure.
Appreciate it. Sorry about that. I should have checked myself. I apologize. But yeah, so as a party, you were just handed off to Fimbris and asked to meet Skoda again at noon in the Exaltation. And yeah, Fimbris begins to quickly kind of introduce himself to you all. So as I mentioned before, you can tell he's a young man, approximately 18 years old. And yeah, everyone go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Oh, with disadvantage because of my
Yep, if you are exhausted, disadvantage.
insights.
Ooh, 25. Thank you.
Oh, 19 and 20. Disadvantage though. 20 in total.
7.
Bruh.
5.
I got
15
you.
total.
Don't worry.
So even with disadvantage, or even with the effects of the cold and being out here, Fimbris is kind of overly excited, it seems, to be helping you, to be involved in this, despite the fact that someone was murdered this morning. Janusi, the keeper of tomes, was murdered. It's not necessarily like suspicious, right? He's just like this is the most excitement he might have had in a very long time, and he's happy to be playing a role in it. He's proud to help Skoda with anything. So being assigned to help you all at this time is a big deal for him. So, yeah, he just wants to he wants to be over and above as good to you as he possibly can be in order to do a good job. That's really just all it is. So
Alaric looking suspicious. Why are you too excited about a murder?
oh,
I find
I don't think excited is the word. I mean, it is exciting, isn't it? It's not good, but nothing like this has ever happened to Candlekeep while I've been here. Aren't you a little excited?
no.
Oh, you're one of them.
Them? Them who?
Never mind.
Anyway,
Nobody's excited to solve a
uh,
problem, murder mystery. Maybe you'll be the next. Who knows? That's not fun.
it is a mystery. There is a murder. I don't know what murder mystery is necessarily, but yeah, this is it's pretty crazy. There are a few things you should know before we go any further, though. All this is happening as you kind of walk from the gate towards the Temple of Agma. First, you do need to know the rules of Candlekeep, but as he starts to explain them, out of the stables to your west, Alaric and Adom, a monk kind of runs out of the stables, kind of pays you no mind whatsoever, but you can all tell he's wearing a heavy slate-colored cloak, and he kind of pushes past all of you. Doesn't really greet you. We don't really need to worry about a token here, but he's coming from the stables and heading towards the Emerald Door. Go ahead and everyone here can roll a perception check for me.
Is he like bumping into us or?
Oof.
Jeez.
He kind of like you all kind of move out of the way. It's not he's going straight towards you. None of you are like have the intent to hit anybody. You know, he doesn't really make an effort to move out of your way, but he's not making an effort to be in your way either. He just seems to be moving with purpose, and you seem to be in the direction or in the way of his movement. You all roll pretty well though. Eevee, what's your total roll? Or is that your total roll?
11.
Okay. Yeah, all of you but Eevee, you do notice he does seem to be a dark-skinned human male. But other than that, he's mostly what you can notice is just a very large, heavy slate-colored covered cloak that he has pulled up over his face, over his shoulders, and over whatever he's wearing. But he continues
Hey,
walking.
watch where you're going.
Well, he was
Dipshit.
just in the stables with our horses. What was he doing in there?
What was he doing with the horses?
Hmm.
Which way was he heading?
He is heading towards the Emerald door. He's essentially following the same path that Skoda just took.
Can Alaric yell rude at him? Because
He does not
just
acknowledge you at all.
fucking
Hey,
hell.
hey, was he in there when we got the horses in here?
You were
It
not in there
seems
when you
like
got the horses in there, but yeah, sure.
Can I
Uh,
can I check on Nancy just to be sure that she ate well?
Sure. You can step inside the stables if you want.
Yeah, I'll tell Fembris to wait a little bit. He needs to check on the horse.
Oh yes, of course. They're your horses. I expect you to check
Yeah.
on them.
keep an eye on this chest. I'll be right back. Take a look at the horse too.
Sure. You actually sits on it. He uses the chest as a seat and kind of just sits outside and huddles himself closer with his cloak.
Okay. I'm gonna check if there's anything, if she's acting uncomfortable, or just look around. What the hell was that guy doing? And is there like other horses, like other than ours, like in the stable? Maybe like someone else's?
Not many. There are a few here and there, but as Skoda has already alluded to, they don't have as many travelers during this time of the year. So there are horses there, but the stables are pretty large. I know that it looks like your horses take up a lot of space, and they do, but this is your horses can fit in a few stalls, and the stables fits quite a few. So
Yeah, my question was that just to see if this guy was just messing with our horses. If there's no horse other than ours, if there are others, maybe just just to be double check.
yep, there are other horses in there. I'm so sorry. Did anyone roll higher than a 25 on their perception check total?
No.
I had 20.
I didn't think so, but
I had 19.
Wait, didn't Adom didn't Danny roll a natural 20?
Yeah,
maybe.
Yeah,
But
I
that
did
doesn't.
natural
he
20.
did.
Total 23.
Okay. Yep. Yes, there are other horses in there. Yours are currently being tended to. There is a couple of stable boys, a couple of helpers, they're stable hands that are taking care of them, and they look at you and they reassure you, these stables are the best in this side of the continent. We'll take good care of them. Don't worry about that. Fimbris said that that Skoda gave you permission to keep them here, and we take good care of our customers. But they're doing everything they need to. None of the horses seem stressed. They're used to travel. They're used to being stabled. And the two stable hands are doing exactly what they do, leading them to stalls, giving them some hay, making sure they have water, and everything's going about as normal as it can be.
Can I ask them like if they saw what that man or that guy in the cloak was doing?
We didn't see anyone. We've been dealing with the horses since members came with them. I'm not sure. Kairil might know something, but we don't know anything.
Who's Carol again?
Who?
Sorry.
Kairil, he's the blacksmith here. He leads the stables. He's kind of in charge, but mostly he sticks to his hammer and forge.
Okay.
Where is he?
Okay.
He kind of points over to the forge, and there's the only man standing there, and he's right there,
Okay. Thank you.
like
Thank you.
over in the far corner.
I
There's a
give
well over here, and forge is in the corner.
I give Nancy a few pets before leaving the stable. Tell her to be a good girl.
Graciously accepts them.
Me and Emmi are just playing patty cake.
What?
Emmy's
What?
shivering the whole time.
Yeah, I'm freezing my ass off. Who are you playing patty cake with? My hair?
Yes.
Don't mess with my hair, or I'll throw you off.
Funny,
Okay,
earlier in the campaign, she wanted to pluck your tail, but now it's like, don't touch my hair. What's up with that?
Are we heading to the hearth? Or
we were going to the temple of Agma.
No, you were heading in the direction just as you were passing the temple.
But, passing. I thought we were
yeah,
going.
he's leading you to the House of Rest. He's going to get you settled in your rooms first. And as you do, he, checks with Alaric and Adom that the horses were seen to, and continues to guide you past the Temple of Ogma. It's a bit of a ways. It's not going to take you several minutes, but it's not going to take you like half an hour or anything, but it'll be several minutes. You're walking through the cold, you're walking through the wind and the snow, and while you're in a hurry, Fimbris, the wind is buffeting him around. He's a skinny little scribe, sage kid, but he does mention that there are rules in Candlekeep. No fighting, obviously. We are a place of scholars. Any disagreements can be handled with our words, not our swords. And he kind of chuckles to himself about the wordplay, like words and swords. Anyway, there's no stealing. Most of these books are enchanted to not be allowed to leave the walls of Candlekeep, so stealing a book is useless, but no stealing anyone else's things. There's no copying. You can take notes on any of the books that you read within the walls of Candlekeep, but you are not allowed to make copies of them. Copies can be made at the House of the Binder, and he kind of points off in the distance, and you can see it's this large structure over here. The House of the Binder, they have their own rules and stipulations and what they will and will not copy. So if you need anything, pages, manuscripts, things like that copied, they're the person to go to. And other than that, just like any good library, there is no damaging, marking, or otherwise modifying any of the pages within Candlekeep. You must return them in the condition that they came in. And that's pretty much most of the rules. He does add that casting a spell that targets a monk or a seeker is considered an act of aggression. So if you're trying to cast, compulsion, or if you're trying to cast sleep, or you're trying to cast friends, or anything that targets a monk or a seeker, and you all are seekers, by the way. Seekers are anyone coming to seek information or knowledge from Candlekeep. That is also considered an act of aggression and is considered fighting.
Okay.
Yes, we know.
Oh, good. I'm glad. It seems you've done your research before coming to Candlekeep. Some people, well, just don't. But
So we appreciate the refresher.
no problem. That's what I'm here for.
Lara getting more sus.
Yeah, he continues to walk past, or he continues to go, and as he does, he's kind of pointing to all the main features here in the Court of Air. He points back towards the bath and the steam house, and makes a comment that that's probably going to be pretty full, as most people are trying to get out of the cold. There is a temple here, Temple of Ogma. Ogma is, I believe, the god of knowledge. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty confident that that's what it is. So if you wish to pray, and he kind of looks towards Emmi, or if you need, a place of quiet, the temple is usually where one would go. You all continue to walk past the. Let's see if I can continue to move you here. You walk past the temple towards the granary. He points over there and says that really won't concern you much, as all your food will be brought to you at the House of Rest or in the hearth. He points across the way to the pillars of pedagogy and reminds you what they are for. Or not reminds you, but he believes he's telling you for the first time. But you all are reminded, I guess, that that is where a lot of study takes place for those who are not welcomed inside or welcomed through the Emerald Door, as most aren't. He points all the way across, and the wind is whipping and the snow is coming down, so you can just barely see it. But erudite outfitters and clothiers are over here in this far corner. That's where they can tend to your clothing needs. And you are brought to the doors of the House of Rest. Right here. And, yeah, he guides you all inside. I don't have a cool little... I don't have a map for the House of Rest. Probably get one. But, yeah. Anything else? Any questions for him? Or anything you'd like to do?
I'm just glad
Nothing.
to be closer to rest.
So you know who that monk was that pushed past us?
Let me see. What did he roll? I'll be honest, he didn't really care. But
Well, that's not very good investigative behavior right there.
he's not the investigator.
Seems very excited to help.
We are.
He does not. He did not know. He does not know. He saw the same thing really that you did. Somebody with a cloak. He does bring up. He's like, he may not have even seen you in this weather. It's some people here at Candlekeep, and they don't. They kind of mind their own business. They don't really pay attention to anyone else. So I wouldn't take it too personally. However, Eevee, who asked the question? Who asked him? Who brought it up first? Was it
Eevee?
Eevee, you can roll a... Oh, you roll a charisma check. Go ahead and roll a charisma check. Persuasion is fine.
Alright, persuasion.
Mhm.
Okay.
After this, I have a question.
Sure.
Ooh, 18.
18. Yeah, you kind of nudge him a little bit more. He tells you he doesn't know. He doesn't really care. But he does kind of, he was following Skoda through the Emerald Door, or at least in that direction. So I imagine he's somebody important.
Okay.
Cal, you had a question.
Well, this is Bryan.
Oh, okay. Bryan.
I don't know if it's possible, but can I attach a part of my swarm to someone else and be able to detect where they are?
As cool as that sounds, no.
Sick. That's all.
Your
Yeah.
swarm is more or less like a physical representation of a part of your soul, right? So nothing. I know even Stolas, for example. Stolas is not a real owl. Stolas is like a manifestation of an owl. It is a magical being that doesn't experience cold. It doesn't experience any of that. But Alaric has a bond with Stolas as his familiar.
Excuse me, he's an owl.
Your
It's not a real owl.
Your swarm is pretty different in the sense that you can physically manifest them. I say at will, but they don't exist outside of your body in a physical way for a long period of time, long enough to help you in combat, long enough to help you. I would let you use them as like movement outside of combat too. Like if you needed to get across a certain way, right? I think you can move yourself like 15 feet horizontally. Is that correct?
Yeah, I can fly 15 feet.
Yeah, so things like that I would allow you to do, but as far as like them being a permanent manifestation for extended periods of time, probably not in this case. Sorry.
It's okay.
Presley. I think I'm sorry. My dog needs to go outside really quick. I can't not let her out. So, give me just 30 seconds.
I may find some. I'll give
Oh,
spam the Candlekeep chat for a bit.
let's see what has happened so far. We saw a mysterious monk. That's pretty much it. Right.
Sneaky stealth.
I wish I could use. I wish I could use my swarm like
That would have been so cool. That was a
Like-
great idea.
just like put a bug
Right?
on
Yeah,
one of them
that
and
would have
detect
been
where they
cool.
are.
That was a cool thing.
Also, Bernadette, do you have
Hmm?
Zone of Truth?
Let me check.
Ooh.
That's a paladin only spell, but you can look anyway.
It's Cleric.
Is it?
I
Yes.
have the scroll.
It's Bard, Cleric, and Paladin. You have a scroll of Zone of Truth?
Yeah, and a guiding bolt.
They're so cool. Okay. At least we have that. You can save it for later.
Yeah.
And it's to see if someone's lying or something.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't look like I have a decent map for the House of Rest, but it's not an important map. You're not really going to be in there long enough for it to matter. However, as you both enter the House of Rest, Fimbris talks with the innkeeper there, just briefly, and kind of make sure that you have rooms or have a room arranged. Fimbris, then says that he's going to run across the Court of Air to the erudite outfitters and clothiers in order to grab you some clean cloaks if you wish, and he'll be right back. And he advises you during the time that he's gone to lay any weapons that you have. He advises you that weapons aren't allowed inside the keep, the inner keep anyway. And he advises you to leave all of your weapons, anything that can't fit on a belt, essentially, in your room, and they will be, guarded and protected. You don't have to worry about them here.
But what if the murderer attacks us?
Then I think there are bigger things for us to worry about.
Oh,
But I like my Warhammer.
I'm sure you do. I like your Warhammer, but it's not allowed within the Emerald Door.
but this bow was given to me by my mom.
Did your mom let you play with your bow in your room?
Yes.
Well, then your mom was a bad mom.
Oh,
Hey!
fighting words.
because here
Whoa,
at Candlekeep
now.
we have rules, and one of them is no weapons inside the Exaltation or the Great Library or inside the Emerald Door, unless you have, well, permission from the Keeper of the Tome. And I don't know if you're aware, but the Keeper of the Tome is dead. So
You
seem
seem
too
too happy about it.
Oh
how
my
seriously
God.
did you take death at like 18 years old? Plus, you
A
have to
bit.
understand, Fimbris is, he's an avowed. The number of times he's probably seen Janusi in his time here at Candlekeep is, probably countable on one hand. Kind of like, I don't know if you ever went to college, but how many times did you ever meet the dean, right? Did you ever meet the dean of the college, other than maybe at graduation when you shook his hand? Right? Like,
No.
No.
Multiple times.
it depends what kind of college you went to, right? Some of them, but if you went to like a state school, I would say most of the time, you might have met the head of your department, like if you went to. Sometimes that happens, but yeah. Fimbris has probably never met Janusi in person.
Okay.
I get my
guess
weapon
we
with the
just
puppy
put-
eyes.
So he said if it doesn't fit on like your belt.
Correct. Yeah, like a dagger or little things like that. Something you could carry in a pouch is allowed and accepted, but swords, bows, or hammers, things like that.
Can we put it in my bag of holding?
But it makes me look
What a-
cool.
What about my rapier? I could just hide that under my cloak,
We could put it
Mhm.
in my backpack.
Actually, yeah, that's actually great.
I
Can we do
can
that?
put your sword and my sword in my backpack. I just got to make a note of it.
I'll put my weapons except my dagger.
It's a your dagger.
Yeah. I mean,
The
it's a dagger.
thing that he told you not to have.
No,
Well,
daggers
didn't
okay.
he
Like I
just
said, anything that can fit on a belt, right? Like
Okay.
daggers are okay. You could like daggers or I don't know, brass knuckles. I guess you could say. I guess would fit in a pocket or a belt, but
Those
larger weapons not allowed.
don't exist.
Hey,
Aw, I can't keep my shield either.
Dang.
No.
Uh,
My bow.
Well, I'm
I'll
glad I got
dump
hands.
the weapon.
well, I guess I could always punch people if I have to.
I was depressed because he hasn't never left his bow before.
Kyle is having anxiety attack.
Existential crisis.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
doesn't he
and he-
still have Marshall Jr.? Like, he can totally use as.
Mortal
I have-
Junior, yeah.
I have him.
Yeah, I gave him to you last time because you were sad.
Has no one been carrying Moto Junior this whole time?
I gave him to you
That's
because you were
funny.
sad because you
I-
missed Ritual.
No jokes.
I honestly forgot about that.
You left them at the lake, didn't you?
uh, just I don't
I'm
know.
gonna watch it and be like, those bastards.
What was I just about to say? Oh, Emmi, what do you use in place of your shield as your holy symbol?
That jewelry on my horn.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect. So, you're kind of led upstairs again. Another little helper comes and grabs some of your bags. Adom, you can toss the chest off to him if you want, but he's going to struggle with it. But he leads you up the stairs, and sure enough, there's a room up there with 5 perfectly sized beds for each of you. It looks comfortable. There's a wash basin in the corner. There's hooks on the wall to hang your cloaks and to hang anything like that. There looks to be even like a drying rack, a furnace slash heating source over in the corner, and a rack where you can dry your boots and hang them if you so choose. For all intents and purposes, it's a pretty comfy little area, but it looks familiar. You've all been in a room like this already. For those of you who've been staying in Candlekeep for a while, it's not unusual, but it is pretty nice out there. So has somebody been? That's so weird. Did someone draw a line all the way around the map?
What? Where?
That's weird.
That
Oh,
orange line.
Kyle did.
Oh!
I would say I can click
Oh.
it. I can find out who did it.
It very clearly says Kyle at the very top of it.
Wait, what?
That threw me off.
I was like,
Damn it, Kyle.
I didn't even touch anything. What's going
There's a
on?
Kyle is everywhere.
I'm
giant-
saying he's sneaky and tricky.
No, I'm
Maybe
serious.
he's
I don't
the
know.
one that killed Genasi.
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Okay, there we go.
We back, we
Just
back.
deleted the whole map.
We're all floating in the abyss.
Okay. So
Fuck, I didn't know that happened.
you guys are by yourself. You're resting, changing your boots, changing some of your clothes, getting warmed up for I don't know, half hour or so before Fimbris reappears back into the hearth or the house of rest, excuse me. And sure enough, he has 5 new cloaks for you if you wish to take them. For now, they're just standard gray woolen cloaks to keep you warm, to keep the snow off, while you replace your traveling clothes. But he does verify that all of the weapons, everything that you guys could have are gone. is there anything that you're trying to smuggle through into the thing? Has everyone taken off their weapons? It sounds like Emmi or Eevee and Alaric have placed theirs into a bag of holding. Is anybody else, or rather the backpack, the handy haversack?
Yeah,
Is there any
I
other?
still I only have my dagger on me.
Okay.
Yeah, my bow is my only weapon. Oh wait, my short sword.
Weapon.
I gave my short sword and my short bow.
Wait, but think about it. If
To me?
you're like a squirrel size, if you have a short sword,
Yeah,
it's technically like a dagger. No?
I
Opposite way.
guess.
It's more like a long sword to Kyle instead of a short sword.
I'm thinking of a letter opener.
That would be if Kyle
Right?
was giant. Like a letter opener, like a dagger would be kind of like a short sword. He's small, he's not tiny. He's, he occupies the same amount of space that you all do for the most part.
Fair enough, fair enough.
But I get it. It is funny.
Were you giving your short sword and bow to me, or are you putting it in your bag of holding?
I thought we had to leave it here or somewhere around here.
You can leave it in your room. Fembris advised you could have left it in your room. As
Yeah,
far
no,
as the
I
handy
just leave it
haversack,
there.
a short sword would fit probably in the sack, but a bow would not. It's probably too big to fit inside the hole.
That's what she said.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it is.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave my mace at home.
Giggity.
Alrighty.
Giggity.
So Fimbris, talks with you for a little bit. As he's handing you your garments and kind of getting you all settled. You kind of overhear, he mentions again that he's only really seen Keeper Janusi in passing, but he was fair. He was a tough keeper, but he was fair. He never really treated anyone better or worse than anyone else. Everyone seemed to be pretty happy with him for the most part, but at least among the avowed, among the monks, no one really complained.
Yes, but there's always one.
Yes, there must have been at least one.
Exactly.
It's just surprising, and to die the way that he did, it's terrible.
How did he die?
Hi.
I mean, I wasn't there, but rumors say that he was gutted and strangled with his own entrails. Like, isn't that a horrible way to go?
Oh.
What?
Jesus Christ.
That's
Alaric
aggressive.
seen too many. He's like, shrugs.
We call that a Colombian necktie where I'm from.
Hey, yo, what the heck?
Anyway, yeah, a terrible way to go. Anyway, are you all ready to go to the hearth, warm up, get some food?
Sure.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you all are led by Fimbris, and I believe for this one I do have a cool little map.
Yay.
Doo-doo-doo.
I was very excited for some hot cocoa.
Perfect.
Ooh, it's so bright. Look at all
Hey,
the
we
food.
feasted.
Yeah.
Is
so,
that boiled egg tart? It's
Oh
so
my god, the food. Oh god, I'm hungry.
like deviled eggs. Yeah.
Are those ribs? Shit.
So what looks like a large tavern from the outside is actually an enormous tavern on the inside. Its proportions seem to be like 3 times the size that its exterior suggests. An enormous circular fireplace here in the middle blazes in the room, surrounded by these well-worn leather armchairs, while a long bar that you can see stretches across the far wall, and dozens of sturdy trestle tables are arranged in 4 columns that run the length of the tap room. So you can see that there's a bunch of tables. The air is warm, and it smells of cinnamon, cloves, nutmeg, and ginger, mingled with smoked meats and fish, and the scent of pine needles of a fir tree in one corner of the room. Pretend this is a fir tree, not a... It's like a Christmas tree. Which has been decorated with ribbons, silver bells, and candy, like candy canes. Meanwhile, garlands of holly, ivy, and mistletoe have been fastened along every rafter in a celebration of the passing of Deadwinter. So this place is going to be decorated like Christmas. You can just imagine it's decorated like Christmas. Yeah.
Sick.
As you enter, though, you can tell that the tavern itself seems to be happy and festive. The few patrons that are in here don't. There's a scattering of seekers that sit by themselves in thoughtful contemplation, while here and there are huddled small groups of monks, muttering in low, mournful tones, or seeming to console one another. Amongst the lone drinkers, you're surprised to see the imposing physique of an ogre squeezed into one of the large armchairs by the fire. A black, leather-bound book lies open and face down in his lap as he stares pensively into the distance.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Sorry, my ping is too high. Jonathan was cutting off for me.
Oh, sorry. What all? You can ask questions. What all did you need me to restate?
Like the people when you start describing like that,
Oh,
it
okay.
seemed festive. However, not the.
Gotcha.
Let
Yeah,
me see something.
you could just see a scattering of people sitting by themselves. Some of them are sitting in groups, kind of consoling one another or talking in hushed tones. Some people are sitting by themselves. You do notice that there is in fact an ogre sitting in an armchair nearest the fire, and he's reading a book. He's not really reading. Well, he has a book in front of him opened. He doesn't seem to be reading at the moment, more just staring off into the distance.
Well, I'm hungry.
Yes. Please come sit. And Fimbris guides you over to this table over here. I know there's only 4 chairs, but pretend there's a 5th or something. I don't know. Sit around the table.
While we're moving, can I try to see the the environment in terms of are they looking at us, or are they perhaps worried, anxious, or something?
Yeah. I mean, you could tell people with their. No one turned around. People who were facing away from the door. No one turned to the door to see who was coming in. Some of the people that were facing the door kind of glanced your direction, but didn't really care to do or say anything. As far as being anxious, yeah, most of them are. Like I said, most people are speaking in hushed tones. People are, some people are visibly upset. Some are crying while being consoled. In fact, the table closest to the door here, one of the members is crying, and you can hear hushed voices like, "It's gonna be okay. The readers will take care of this." Some seem to be more affected than others.
Still
Eevee
got people
wants
pretty
to
hard.
find her perch with her food and just kind of listen in on the conversations.
Yeah, you're getting kind of the sense of the same kind of thing. Go ahead if you'd like to listen, and you can go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay.
And you're particularly trying to listen.
Yeah.
Okay.
$17.
Yeah, I mean, with a 17, you're pretty much hearing what Alaric essentially heard as well. You start to hear some rumors. You hear a few things about, some people are saying it happened last night at dinner. Some people are saying it happened this morning. Some whispers are saying it happened in the middle of the night. Some are saying that, the beast did it. Some people are are talking about some of the readers. So you do hear some other names of readers, some that you may or may not be familiar with. So you hear Alai's name, you hear Feminor's name, Teles, Alchrist. You do hear the word bookworm quite a bit, and you hear others.
Which is Skoda.
Say that again.
Which is Skoda.
Yes, Skoda is in fact bookworm. It's kind of a nickname. Not a lot of the avowed don't call her bookworm to her face, but with her friends, she is called bookworm.
These are what reader?
Seekers.
Seekers.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Which one are you talking? The people talking or the people?
No,
The names that
the
you're hearing?
names. The
Oh,
names. The names
those are readers.
read.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Good.
They are essentially the master sages. So they're called great readers. The great readers are the Alai, Alcris, Daral, Feminor, Khazrin, Silvira, Tellus, and Bazir Og. And then the first reader is Skoda, and the first reader is usually like the right hand of the Keeper of the Tomes, which was Janusi. You all probably know this from your time here at Candlekeep already, so it's not anything that you really need to. I mean, you should know it now, but I mean, it's nothing that you need to roll for. Or you should all just have general knowledge of this.
I also
I'm
did
just
research on it.
Say that again, Kyle. I'm sorry.
I also did research on it.
Yeah, you did do research on it.
So
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
say
I'm
it.
gonna go get hot cocoa.
Yeah, before you can actually leave, Kyle, it's brought to you. So you are served, a steaming bowl of hot wild boar stew. There's, it's suspended in a cauldron above the fire back here. You are served a flagon of mulled wine. And anyone who was exhausted before, after eating and partaking, is no longer exhausted. All of you feel, refreshed and rejuvenated. The food does a very good job of warming you up from the inside out. Kyle, if you would like hot chocolate, it can be brought to you.
Yes, please.
Perfect. One of the little serving boys run off, and a few minutes later, you are brought some chocolate.
Yay!
The whole
I
time
will
this
s-
is-
I
What?
tip him a gold.
A whole gold piece.
Yes.
Okay. He stutters and doesn't really know how to accept it. Thank you. Nods his head. Kind of puts it in his pocket, and before you know it, you have like 5 mugs of hot chocolate in front of you. He's bringing you so much hot chocolate that it's impossible for you to drink.
Sharing is caring, Kyle. Alaric grabs one cup.
Yeah, go ahead.
Emmy takes one too.
Alaric cheers to Kyle.
Cheers.
Eevee will pick up a cup and cheers as well.
Cheers.
Look at
Hey,
us
I'm-
all cheering while everybody else is
Oh my
just
God.
being.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
murder
shit.
happened.
Oh shit! Be sad. Be sad.
He's sad.
Adom
Sad
is
cheer.
grabbing a cup, thinking rather spaciously about all the people who were crying in there, feeling some type of way, getting lost in his own thoughts.
True. Was this the
Good.
order before? I can try to make it a little bigger.
Eevee, Kyle, Emmy, Alaric, Adom.
Oh, was Adom
No,
last?
I'm.
I thought.
No, I'm last. I was
Okay, I
last.
thought so. Okay.
Oh,
You rolled a. She rolled a 3. I rolled a 4. Emmy rolled a 7.
oh, that's right.
It'll be off your spot. But okay. So, Fimbris is kind of mumbling, talking about various things. Like I said, he talks about, mentions Janusi a few times. Mostly, again, it revolves around him being fair, and being a good keeper. Nothing really bad has happened under his watch over the years that he's been there. He, talks about some of the rumors as far as, how he was potentially killed. But you're free to ask him questions. You're free to roam around and ask these individuals. We'll say that it's around 10:30, maybe 11 in the morning. So you have about an hour before you're supposed to meet with Skoda in the exaltation.
Okay. Anyone got questions too? Perfect rips.
I don't have no question.
No question.
I'll ask him. Other than Skoda, did anyone else like help Janusi, like as secretary or of some sort,
Uh,
like someone close to him. Who's the closest to him that
Uh,
you know of? Oh wait, you did say you didn't know him much. Fuck.
no, I didn't know him personally. I mean, not many of the Avowed did. Obviously, all of the readers are responsible for, assisting Janusi. Whether he had, any kind of secretary, no, that's exactly what Skoda is for. Her responsibility is to, make sure that that Janusi has everything that he needs. As far as someone to assist them on a daily basis, I would say that Miss Holly Pocket might have known him best. She was um she's not really a maid, not really a servant. She's a housekeeper. She keeps the rooms tidy and the meeting rooms, bedrooms. She's responsible for everything that goes on more or less inside um you know inside the keeper's chambers anyway.
Wait, what's her name?
Miss Holly Pocket. She's an elderly gnome.
Holly?
Holly
Holly
Pocket.
Pocket.
Fuck. Okay.
So,
Okay.
who would be stepping in for Janusi's position at this point? Like,
Coda,
who?
of course.
Hmm.
She's the first reader.
Did they determine, like, did we ask out of character? Did we ask when the guy was discovered, like, dead? Is it nighttime or
She said
afternoon
this
time?
morning, I thought.
Wait, what did you say? Repeat that.
I thought that Skoda said this morning.
This morning?
That's what I thought that she said.
Is it this morning, Jonathan?
That is what you were told. As of you found out yes, at sometime this morning he was found.
Oh.
So the body's still there then?
Well, once we're arrested, we should check out the scene of the crime and also maybe question Miss Holly Pocket.
I
I
think
agree.
I think yeah, it's time to just try to find the exact time from those who actually discovered the body. Not just told, and see people's stories, where everybody at, see what feels off, and then yeah, easy, right?
Surely.
Mm-hmm.
Galaxy brain.
Alaric never done any detective work ever. Only good at finding people and kill.
Maybe you shouldn't say that out loud.
Right.
Yeah,
No,
don't say that out loud.
no. I'm not talking out loud. I'm talking out of character about him.
Well, we can't tell if you were talking out of character.
I just said so. Sorry.
There we go.
Yeah, after you finish. Like, how are we supposed to know?
That was my bad then.
And now, what's the plan? Are we leaving now?
Is everyone
No.
recovered? I want to talk to the fucking giant ogre dude.
Sure. Want to?
Go take some hot cocoa for the.
Right? We should.
Yeah, this
Hmm.
kid gave us a bunch of it.
So we'll take a mug of it over and hand it off and introduce ourselves. Let him know that we're looking into the murder. Ask him if he.
Maybe don't start that way.
Oh, okay.
We're just here to do some work for Skoda.
Okay.
Yeah, because we don't know who the murderer is, and we can't just jump to it. We're just here to do work for Skoda.
Sure. So who else approaching? Anyone?
Um,
I'm observing from far away.
Sure. Roll a
Oh,
perception check.
I'm still here.
I'm exhausted still, so
No, you're not.
am I not?
No, the
No,
food
no,
and
no.
drink refreshed you. You and Emmi are no longer exhausted.
Num num. Oh, is it perception, right? Again?
Yes.
7.
Do I have to do one too?
If you'd like to observe him, sure.
Yeah.
If you're not approaching and you're just looking, then sure.
Yeah.
Well,
uh,
then fuck.
I'll approach with Eevee. Yes.
Okay.
20 total.
Hey. So Adom, you notice that you're kind of glancing over, and as I mentioned, he when you first walked in, he was kind of staring like off into the distance. He had a book in his hand, but it's been, it's been a few minutes. You guys have been eating, drinking some hot chocolate, talked amongst yourselves. Fimbris has kind of filled you in on some things, and he does seem to be thumbing through his book every once in a while. And Adom, you notice that the book on his lap, or that he's reading, is entitled Dragon Bowl: The Legacy of the Blood Games. And he reads a page and thumbs through it, and that shouldn't happen. Reads a page and thumbs through it, and then kind of gets lost and does his own thing. But yeah, he's just casually reading. You do notice also that there is in fact a golden headband. Most of you notice if you take a look, but he is wearing a golden headband around the top of his head, and a small jewel falls on it, or falls onto his nose. Essentially, it hangs over in between his eyes and barely touches his nose.
Hmm.
Interesting. Rip.
Why does this look like the headband of intellect from the picture I saw on other character though? While I was researching the item, it literally looks like that.
I mean, Alaric has been looking for one in game, right?
Huh?
Has Alaric been looking for one in game?
He already has one.
Oh, well then you would know. Why does it have to be out of
Oh.
character? It could be in character.
Oh, wait.
Alaric voices that it looks like a headband of intellect, and Fimbris confirms. Yeah, Little One's headband of intellect is well known. He's always at the hearth.
Oh.
Y'all want to ask Fimbris about him? Like what he knows?
That we were approaching.
I was talking about the ones who were staying back.
Oh,
I could ask Fenris. It is like pointing at the guy, and I ask, does he used to go, or is he close to uh what's his name?
Janusi.
Janusi, because he seems to be grieving, I'd say.
I don't know if Little One's really close to anyone, but he does know everyone. Like I said, the Little One is pretty much a staple here of the hearth. He almost never leaves. He gets books brought to him by the Avowed, just like anyone else. He prefers to stay here where it's warm. Doesn't really go anywhere near the Pillars of Pedagogy. I imagine it's because of the size of the hearth. He can fit into one of those chairs quite nicely, but not many other features around Candlekeep are designed for ogres, as I'm sure you've been able to tell. Candlekeep can expand and create its own extra dimensional spaces, but the hearth is permanently this way. So I think he just feels more comfortable here.
So he's usually almost always here.
Almost always. I've always seen him here. When I'm here, he's here.
Does he come around like morning times or night times?
He's here in the morning, he's here at night, he's here in the afternoon. I don't know what to tell you. He's always here.
Okay. Well, thanks, I guess.
You're welcome. Eevee, Kyle, you were approaching, is that correct? Bringing him some hot chocolate?
Yes. Let them know that we were new to the keep, but we were here to do some work and see what he knew about what was happening in here in the area. Everyone seemed very upset.
Sure. He speaks in a pretty like low, like very slow, gravelly voice. Almost, if you've seen the Lord of the Rings movies, not quite as slow and as deep as an int, but he's very thoughtful with his words, and maybe it's just, for those who know, Alaric has one as well. A headband of intellect sets your intelligence score to a 19 out of character, right, above on table. So he's essentially like an ogre now, like one of the most intelligent ogres on the planet, right? He's like he's smarter than some of the avowed that are probably here because of his headband. So he kind of startles awake. He hears Eevee greet him, and it takes a bit because he's not sure whether he's actually hearing it or thinking it, to be fair, and doesn't expect anyone to approach him. But he's, oh, greetings, fairy. And he kind of holds out his hand. He sees you offering his, I guess, this mug, and he kind of holds out his hand as you place it in there. And you can tell, like, it's a mug made for a normal person, and Little One is not a normal-sized person. But he kind of takes in his hand and he sets his book down. He grabs the mug with his fingers, like pretty much 2 fingers with the other mug, and holds it up to his nose. He's like, chocolate. And he just takes it like a shot, more or less. It's just like down immediately. Tasty. Thank you. I'm Little One. What is your names? What are your names?
I'm Eevee, and this is my
My
friend
name is
Kyle.
Eevee and Kyle. Wow. I didn't expect to see seekers at this time of year. It's very cold outside. Did you just arrive?
Thank you.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. I know you weren't talking to me.
No, Chris brought me some pho, so.
I love.
Ooh.
Yes, we just arrived here. We're helping Skoda with some work.
That would explain why you were allowed through the gate. I thought they closed that this morning.
Yep, indeed.
We were told.
Work, you say? I don't think it has anything to do with the murder this morning, does it?
Oh, so you know what's going on around here.
There's this like deep rumbling, like I know a lot that happens here at Candlekeep. I sit here and I listen.
Do you think maybe you could enlighten us on some of the things that have been happening?
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check with advantage because you brought him hot chocolate.
All right.
Some yummy chocolate.
Kyle, you can do the same if you'd like.
Okay.
Slurp, slurp.
14 for me.
What was it? Persuasion?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Balls. 12.
Yeah, I do know much, but I like to spend my time out here at the hearth. I don't have any first-hand knowledge of the murder, but I mean, I've been here all night and all morning. There's been seekers like yourselves come in and out, avowed and readers. Everyone's been through here.
Have you seen a strange monk with a black cloak?
Oh, my dear Kurka friend, you have to be more specific than that. You all are wearing, strange black cloaks at this point.
Did we see any specific detail on the monk, or was it just black cloak
It
on
was
him?
just a slate cloak, and he was kind of like
I believe a
almost
couple of you.
rushing.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'll say
I
that
was
last
like-
part again.
That he was like almost like rushing to get through that one door, the emerald door, right?
Yeah, I think a couple of you did roll high enough to notice that even though he had his cloak up, he did seem to. It was a dark-skinned human male,
Mhm.
and he was of average height, nothing too crazy. But yeah, other than that, most of you just noticed that his heavy slate-colored cloak.
Well, I still tell him the specifics of who this individual is, and if he doesn't know, it's fine.
Sure. Let's see. There are many people that fit that description here. I'm sorry, friend. I could not name anyone in particular. No
okay.
one has come through here that I know of like that this morning. Most people have been here. Well, no one of import has come through other than you two this morning. Not since late last night.
Okay.
Like how late last night?
Oh, I believe it was Reader Yashinti. He came to the hearth last night around the 11th hour. He was looking very shaken, very perturbed. He didn't greet me, which was unusual. He usually does, but he sat at the bar, ordered several brandies from Bryan, and I retired at around, I don't know, a little after midnight, I would say, and I went to my room here at the hearth, and he was still there, just drinking away.
Yashanti? Sorry, out of character. It was Yashanti? His name?
Yashinti. Yashinti is the
Yashinti.
one. I'll go ahead and copy the whole
Yashanti.
thing for you. We'll do it here. Reader Yashinti, or Daryl Yashinti is the
Yashin-
Daryl Yashinti is the reader.
Thank you.
Or Daryl, not Daryl.
Mhm.
Daryl. Daryl. Good old Daryl.
I'll
Daryl Yashinti. I know
say,
Daryl.
maybe it just depends on the accent.
Yeah. Daryl down the street. Got the best fireworks.
Now you just sounded like some of my childhood
True. Yeah,
friends'
mine-
parents.
Mine too.
Well, I wonder what had him so shaken up. Maybe we can find him and see if he's okay.
It's really hard to say. The great readers are comprised of the greatest academic minds in Faerun, but when it comes to affairs of the heart and petty ambition and schoolyard squabbles, they're as bad, if not worse, as any of the budding acolytes and scribes. They act high and mighty, but really, they're just smarter than everyone. And they like to tell you. And he lets out another, like, just a deep, guttural chuckling sound.
Eevee's gonna giggle with him. Do you happen to know of any ambitious people around Genesee that maybe
He looks around, he looks at you, and he laughs again, not at you, but kind of with you, and he says, "My dear fairy friend, everyone here in Candlekeep is ambitious. You don't come to Candlekeep because you're not confident in your abilities, right?"
Fair enough.
Now, I will say this: Genesee was generally well respected amongst the scholars here. He treated people well, and he acted in accordance with the rules at Candlekeep, and he'd been in place for, oh, I don't even know how long. Longer than I've been here for sure. But as far as having direct enemies or anything of the sort, I've I've not heard much in regards to that, and as I said, I do hear a lot here. It's possible that Bryan knows something. Some people talk to him more willingly than they talk to me, and he kind of gestures down and like, he's an ogre, right? Like, some people are more comfortable talking to maybe a human than they are talking to a giant hulking 15-foot tall ogre. But no, I do not know anything of the sort. But clearly, I know something I don't know, or rather, there's something I don't know because he's not with us anymore.
I'm sorry for the loss that you have suffered, but I really appreciate you talking with us.
I appreciate your concern, but if I'm being honest, this is a loss for Faerun, really. If someone is willing to kill the Keeper, I don't know what they wouldn't be willing to kill for.
Well, if you hear anything else, maybe let us know, and we'll do the same.
Oh, sure. I ask anyone here. You'll find me in the hearth if I'm not in my room. Occasionally I take a walk, but it's a little too chilly for that, if you ask me. But if you can't find me, you can always ask Bryan where I'm at. I'm sure he can point you in the right direction.
Okay, well, thank you, and we hope you enjoyed the cocoa.
One last question.
Yes.
Other than Skoda, did you see anyone else always interacting with Janusi?
Oh no, Janusi didn't make it here to the hearth often. As the great readers, as the keeper of tomes, anything he needs is brought to him in his chambers or in his office or anywhere he is, really, somewhere in the library. He very rarely made it down here to the hearth, and I wouldn't know if he. I wouldn't know. I'm sorry, but
It's okay.
as I mentioned, this is where I like to be.
It's a good
Well,
spot to be.
Yep, it's a really nice spot.
I'm glad you all agree.
Maybe we can go talk to Bryan and then track down Miss Holly Pocket then, Kyle.
Sounds good.
I wish you luck. I hope you find whoever did this to poor Janusi.
If you hear any rumors or anything like that, let us know if you can.
It gives you like this slow kind of it's a wink, but you've never seen an ogre wink in your life, so it's a little like disconcerting almost, but I'll be sure to let you know. And he kind of goes back to his book. Emmi, Adom, Alaric, you've been overhearing this, right? You're not that far away. Is there anything that you can do you have any questions? I guess you're not interacting with little one directly, but maybe you can you can mime to either Eevee or Kyle, like try to get them to understand you. Is there anything that you would like to know that wasn't specifically answered? Emmi, it looks like you're first. So Emmi, Adom, Alaric in that order.
Not really.
Okay.
I didn't really have any questions, or Adom doesn't have any questions for the group as a whole, or for even the little one, but more specifically just thinking about how if someone could kill a keeper, then that's really just level 1. So if anything, Adom was put on more high alert after hearing the conversation.
Sure. Yeah. Anything, Alaric?
Oh no, he just listened. And yeah, he doesn't have anything to ask. Just making a mental note of whatever he said.
Okay. Perfect. Then we're going to go ahead and take a quick break from there. I snoozed the ad like 3 times, so I pushed it back 15 minutes. It's going to yell at me and make me do it now. Anyway, so we'll take a quick 3-minute break. It's 5:30. We're making pretty good progress. We're doing all right. You guys are gathering some information, and after the 3 minutes is up, I will be right back, and we'll continue on and get to. I think Eevee mentioned talking to Bryan if you so choose to do that, but do that in a few minutes.
Sweet.
Prygon
He's
is
the
he different?
bartender.
Uh,
The guy on
are,
on the
are
bar.
you what are we gonna ask him about? Do like a
An hour and a half. I was like, oh, she's not.
Nah, I will stay, but it's just my focus is way off. Like I'm blinking, I'm yawning a little, trying to remember what Jonathan is saying.
We just might have
Yeah.
to remind you of a couple things here and there. No big deal.
I'll just yell at you. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Laura, pay attention to me, Laura.
I am.
How
I'm
dare
sorry.
you be tired, Laura? When Alaric dies, I'll just blame you for it. It's okay.
Back again.
No.
The real murder mystery is who killed Alaric. But no, it's all good. I understand. It's late there. We appreciate you staying up and playing with us.
He
Like a good DM, Jonathan.
Only. All right. Yep. I think we're back to being good to go. Everyone's here. Everyone back. No one's missing. I thought I heard everybody's voice.
we're here.
Don't all say you're here at once.
Here.
If you're
Yeah.
if you're here, don't
Here.
say anything. Right? That kind of thing. Okay.
Bryan, are you here?
Yo.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, we're all here.
All right. So you just wrapped up your conversation with Little One. Nothing really had to be asked further from the three of you, Alaric, Emmi, and Adom. So Eevee and Kyle kind of got as much information out of them as they could get. We found out that Speaker Yashinti was here last night, or at least between the hours of 11 and midnight. He was still here when Little One retired, and he was drinking at the bar. And that was pretty much it. He also informed you that the readers are very smart, but they can be emotionally stupid. So they're intellectually mature, but not so necessarily emotionally mature. That kind of thing. And yeah, that kind of wrapped up your interaction with Little One. You said your goodbyes. He thanked you for the chocolate, and free to do whatever you like. So we'll start at the top there with Eevee. You can do what you like.
She's gonna go over to the group and ask them how they feel about going up to the bar. Talk to the bartender, Bryan.
Don't mind. Let's go.
Don't mind.
I could go for a drink.
And letting Fembris know that he can just wait here for us.
Sure, I could do that. I recommend the mulled wine. It's very good here. You have flagons of it already. That's more or less what refreshed you and removed your exhaustion. But he recommends it still.
Thank you.
You're welcome. There are plenty of empty seats at the bar. As you approach, though, you can see there is a middle-aged human male behind the bar. He's wiping down mugs, cleaning some things off, pouring some ale for some other drinkers, and handing them off to serving boys and serving girls. He does seem to be a kind of dour disposition, and I know the image here doesn't really reflect it well, but it does look like he has more hair protruding from his nose and his ears than he does actually on his head. He's a hairy individual.
Like me.
Yeah. He appears to be missing a front tooth, but other than that, he is, he's pretty much working right away, and this is in fact Bryan. You also notice something kind of cool hanging above the bar here. You might be able to see it on the map, but it is a large clockwork-looking device that seems to be hanging over the bar and spins at a somewhat leisurely pace, surrounded by what appears to be a magically glowing orb. Also, Adom, before we move on, Adom, are you going to the bar as well, or are you staying at that table?
I'll go to the bar.
Okay.
Do we want to do like
I should move.
an Arcana check or just ask him what it is?
You are free to act however you wish. It's your turn.
Oh. Okay. I'll just ask him.
You're asking him specifically about the thing?
Yeah.
Oh. He nods up to it. It's the geometric amplifier.
You say that as if it means something to me.
I'm sorry. Most people who visit the Hearth already know what the geometric amplifier does. It's responsible for making this place as big as it is. And he kind of glances around the room. He's like, I'm sure you noticed that it wasn't so big from the outside.
Yes, very much so.
Right. That thing there amplifies the geometry.
Ah.
I don't know. One of the readers came up with it years and I can't explain it, but that's what it is. That's what it does.
I'm sure it comes in handy with, whenever you are in your busy season. All the visitors you get here.
Oh yes. As you can see behind you, and he points, you can see these. These are like doorways. You can see these like whirly things, and he points to other things as well. The other doors, the doors behind him. He points behind himself. He's like, "Nah, this door here, it always tends to lead to a broom closet, but those doors over there, they can lead to anything. A room with more tables, another broom closet, a supply room. You name it. They change based on what we need here."
Geometric amplifiers.
Pretty nifty piece of magic, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's the geometric amplifier that's really responsible for that. Candlekeep has its own magic, and pocket dimensions aren't exactly uncommon here. I just know that the geometric amplifier amplifies the size of this place. It makes it bigger from the inside than it is from the outside.
Is there a way I can get my hands on one of those?
I would have no idea about that. If they did, it would require quite a bit of magic or quite a bit of money, and no offense to you, sir, but it doesn't look like you have enough of either.
He said you look like a broke bitch.
Lol.
Don't worry, we won't be this broke for long.
It's like my
It's okay. You'll be like Emmy's one day. She has a ton of money.
I could buy you new clothes if you want.
What does that mean?
So you don't look poor.
Oh shit!
I didn't say the bartender apparently thinks he looks poor. I'm just offering to help.
I
Well,
appreciate
since
the
you're
sentiments, but
offering,
I think my pride will let me pass on that.
well, since you're offering, I do need a new cloak.
Right, sugar mommy?
All right. I'll buy everyone a new cloak.
No,
You
I don't
just
want
getting the
any.
cloaks?
I don't know. I don't want a normal, common, boring cloak. I want a cloak of protection.
Do I look like a bank to you?
Yes.
Sorry, out of character. Jonathan, your dog's a paid actor. That mark was so perfect.
These
Please tell
dogs
me
are
someone can
something
clip
else.
that on the stream.
Huh?
Emmi said, I'll buy everyone a cloak. Mark!
They want cloaks too.
No, I'm sorry. That was straight out of an anime. Please clip that.
It's on stream.
Oh wow. Sorry, what you say, Jonathan?
Whew. So, we should we just directly ask him about Yashinti?
Let's start off with how we got here first, or who we're working for, and then ask him.
Your turn, Kyle. You can say whatever you want.
Sure. Hello. We're here. My name is Kyle. What is your name? I don't think he mentioned his name.
Greetings, Kyle. My name's Bryan.
We work for we're working for Skoda, trying to investigate the murder of Jinusi.
If you ask Skoda, I think we all work for Skoda. But you're
Oh,
investigating the murder, huh? That's pretty big.
yep.
Where'd you all come from? That seems pretty convenient, wouldn't you say? Janusi's murdered, and a few hours later, a group of adventurers shows up to investigate that same murder. I'm not the smart one here, but that doesn't seem right.
True.
Anyway, I'm sure Skoda knows best.
Well, in this investigation, anyone suspicious, even Scrota herself, I mean. So we're just trying to find the truth.
Oh, the avowed here, the readers, even the keeper, they deserve a little scandal every now and then.
True. We talked to little one, and they mentioned someone named Jashanti. Um, they came by last night. Do you know anything about them?
Ishanti, yeah, they're all, yeah. Darl was here last night. He kicked him out 2:30 in the morning. He's here drinking for 3.5 hours. I don't know. Great reader. So drunk he nearly forgot the book he'd been clutching all night. I had to kick him out.
Do he happen to say anything?
He never talks to me. He's too important. But no, he just asked for brandy and sat and drank.
Brandy.
Did you happen to see what book he was holding?
We're gonna skip down to Emmi, Adom, and Alaric. I wanted them to get
My
some
bad.
chances to ask some
Sorry.
questions. All good. You're good. Emmi, what you got for me?
Emmy's just trying. She's thinking.
Okay. Are you deferring your turn then?
Mhm.
Okay. Adom?
Adom's more thinking about what he said earlier and not sure if he wants to comment again.
Oh, and the joke about not being
You
able to
go
afford
hurt.
a geometric amplifier.
Yeah.
You could
Prideful one, this guy is.
say what you want.
Nah, Adom will hold his tongue in place as to not make the situation any.
Let me see. You might not get a choice.
Oh,
I need you to roll me a deception check. Adom.
sure. Oh, hey.
That would be a good roll, except that he's a barkeep and he's much better. So he is glancing. He's talking to all of you. You're all at the bar together. So the Eevee, Kyle have asked him some questions. Bryan looks at Adom and without saying anything, he turns and fills a full mug up with mulled wine and puts it in front of Adom. And he sets it down and gives Adom a wink. And he says, "Does it look like I can afford a geometric amplifier?" And he just kind of moves on. Doesn't really. It's more of a rhetorical question. Just to kind of let you know, like, there was no offense meant by your comment. It's just that magic is beyond either of us. It's beyond anyone here in this room, unless you're capable of creating extra dimensional spaces. Then I don't think I don't think a geometric amplifier would be the least of your worries, if that makes sense.
Adom is doesn't try to make it look known, but he's relieved that was the intention behind it.
Yeah.
But like out of character, I have to ask a question now. I take it.
Sure. Yeah. No, you don't have to. If you're fine just
I
listening
can't do
and letting
nothing.
other people, you can make an action. You can try to observe. You can do anything. You can leave the bar or leave the room or not leave the, whatever you want to do. You can go try to talk to Fimbris. You can ask a question to Bryan. How you interact with the world is up to you. I'm just giving you an opportunity to do so.
And he just gave Adom wine.
Yep, just gave you another mug of wine. It's hot and fresh. He poured it directly behind you from a cauldron like one of these, or I would say in front of you, but behind him.
Adom grabs the mug, points it towards Bryan, and points for chairs and says, "To the magic of Candlekeep that is out of our grasp for the time being." and
He,
then proceeds to chug the entire wine.
he picks up the mug behind him as a barkeep. He always has ones too, and he holds it up to you, and he says, "And to the magic that is within our grasp." Then he drinks with you.
Oh.
Hey,
Ooh. He chill.
yeah, I didn't know he was. I didn't know you was chill like that. I've had Brygons. Gotta let Brygons be Brygons out here.
Ah, I like it. Nice. Alaric, you got it. Adom, did you have anything else? As that you're just bonding with Brygone here?
Sorry.
Oh, I was just asking. Is that what you'd like to do with your You're just
Yeah,
bonding
yeah.
with Brygone? Perfect.
Just drink that wine.
Love
That's
it. Love it. Alaric, you got anything for the group? Anything for Brygone? Anything before we move back up to the top?
Alaric wants to know more about Skoda, he will ask say, okay, like everyone already know. I assume that everyone knows about the murder now, and it's not like something strange around here. Who was the one who discovered? Who was the one who you know like saw the murder and shouted, for example, or alerted?
Oh, my dear friend, that's above my pay grade. I don't know. Down here, there's rumors that it was Skoda herself. Rumors that Janusi's ghost visited some of the Avowed to let them know that he was dead. Miss Holly Pocket is probably the most likely culprit. Not culprit, rather, but most likely witness. She's always in and out of the rooms, cleaning and making sure that everything is where it's supposed to be. But any of the readers had access to his chambers. That's not too unusual. But I couldn't give you a name as to who found him.
Fair enough.
I feel like that's a
even
question for Fenris.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask. Do you ever hear like rumors, maybe that there's something going on between Skoda and what's her name again? Genosi. I forgot. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I'm sorry. Genosi? Is it? Genosi?
Something going on, like a romantic relationship?
Yeah, perhaps.
No, I don't believe anything. They're, these Avowed, the scholars, the readers, they all act high and mighty, but they're really just a bunch of, emotionally inept teenagers when it comes down to it. There's rumors of relationships and people sleeping with others and others sleeping with others and triples and triads and quads and, name your thing. But as far as what's really going on, that's too much to say. Plenty of rumors, though. Are you asking for anything specific? As far as Janusi is concerned, there is some rumors that he had emotional connections with some of the other readers. I believe. Oh goodness. Which one is it this week? Tellus?
Tellus?
Goodness,
I've heard that name before.
Kazrin? Kazrin, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's his most recent lover. Maybe it was a young love. I don't remember. But I believe Kazrin was involved. I believe Janusi was involved with Kazrin at some point.
So he's a hoe. Okay. Got it.
I wouldn't say that. Like I said, they're all just rumors. Whether it's true or not, I couldn't tell you. Many of the readers, not all the readers come down here to the hearth. I see some more than others, but like I said, they pretend to be all high and mighty. So rubbing elbows with some of the lower Avowed or even some Seekers, that's not really all of their style.
I have another question, but I don't know how to phrase it.
Well, think
Me
about it.
speaking out of
Yeah, think about it while we get back to the top. I gave you a couple questions. I just want to make sure everybody's getting their stuff. Sorry.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Laura, I don't hear you out here calling Housen a hoe.
Well, He's different, you know.
Oh, okay. Just because he can turn into a bear.
Yeah, speaking of bears, the moment I saw that bear, I was about to scream, Helsa, is that you?
Oh,
Well, anyways, moving on.
Where might we find Miss Holly Pocket around this time of the day?
Oh, Miss Holly Pocket is always in the same place. She's within the exaltation. She's within the reader's chambers. She's constantly flitting about there. I don't know where she goes on her quote unquote time off. I don't even know if she has any time off, or rather takes any time off, but anyway. Yeah, she's probably still there.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Yes, of course.
How much time do you think has passed?
You look back and Fimbris is kind of, you know, there's there's ways to keep time here in Candlekeep. Hourglasses, things like that along the walls. You could probably tell it's, I don't know, you have half an hour or so before the meeting. It'll take you a bit to get there. Fimbris looks a little nervous, but he doesn't look like he's really in that much of a rush. If you have a couple more questions for Bryan, you probably got enough time for it.
Eevee doesn't, so she might just kind of ready herself to head towards Fimbris.
Sure.
I'm gonna ask about the book that Shanti was
yeah.
holding.
I forgot about that question, so thank you.
Oh yes, it was way too fancy to be here at the hearth. I'm not sure why he had it with him, but it was a fancy thing, bound in teal green leather with what looked like, I don't know, a donkey engraved on the cover. I think it was gold leaf. Yeah, it was a gold donkey.
Okay. Do you know where's the book?
Oh no, he took it with him. I waved him down, but he almost left without it.
Oh, okay. Do you know where we might find him?
Fine.
Shanti.
I imagine with the other readers, they've been in meetings all morning.
Let me see.
I imagine he's at the exaltation with the rest of them.
Does he have a personal chambers somewhere? Do you know of?
Yeah, in the exaltation with the rest.
Okay. Well, thank you for the information, I guess.
You're welcome.
If you hear anything else, let us know. And I leave a gold.
He looks at the gold and he picks it up and kind of looks at it. There is maybe one more thing.
Okay.
It seemed just odd at the time, but with the news this morning, I'm really not sure if it's important, but Yashinti did appear to have a small blood stain on the seam of his robe, right around his right wrist. It could have been wine, of course, but it sure looked like blood to me.
I see. Well, thank you. Any information is valuable, so it's appreciated.
You said you're working with Skoda, so I don't know. Hopefully that helps a little.
Mm-hmm. It did.
Out of character, did we ask where do we find Yashinti?
Yeah.
Yeah, he already said it.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, he's in the exaltation with the rest of the readers.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
That's
I
where you're
can't say that
meeting.
word for some reason. Just exaltation.
Exaltation? Like to exalt? Yeah, it's an exaltation.
Exaltation. Okay.
Alrighty.
Exaltation. Oh, there you go. In the Discord if you need to see it. Sometimes seeing it helps. But yeah, okay. He, nods his head at you. Emmi, you're up. Any questions, observations, anything like that? Any thoughts running around in Emmy's mind?
I think there's too much. I think she's getting a bit overwhelmed.
No thoughts, just vibes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think of anything, let me know if you have any questions. Adom?
Sorry, I've been stuck in the bathroom, I guess. Stomach is not doing the best, but Adom, I guess, hears everything that was said. Hears about the blood stain, or the potential wine stain on Yashanti's robes on the wrist, or around the wrist.
Yep, his right wrist.
Yeah. And starts thinking, okay, if in the event that it was wine, in the event that it was, let's just say in the event that it was wine, there's obviously, that means that there's still someone else that could be in question as for this. But all I know is that from the first interaction of Yashanti, from what the doors of when the Candlekeep was being breached, I guess. Was it Yashanti that we met that day?
We haven't met Yashanti.
Haven't met Yashanti?
No.
The person who met you this
I'm
morning was Skoda.
Not Skoda. I'm thinking of 2 weeks ago. Oh, that's my fault. Never mind. Someone else.
Are you talking about the gatekeeper? Or are you talking about Vazir Og?
Oh, Vazir. No. That was Vazir Og. No. Not Yashanti. Yeah. Yashanti, this one's throwing me off. But all because of my history and my backing. Whenever I hear some potentially controversial situations of this sort regarding like potential assassinations and whatnot,
yeah,
Adom gets very on guard with anyone and everyone in question. Given one, the knighthood, etc. That was pretty much how I got exiled. But seeing stuff like this makes me want to ask more questions around. So I'm going to start, like, Adom would like to potentially ask a bunch of questions around to certain people.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, as you kind of start to approach the others, you're kind of explaining this to the group, and you move on to maybe question some of the other avowed or the other seekers in the hearth. Fimbris does raise his voice. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is close to noon, and within this weather, it's going to take us a while to get to the exaltation. Skoda wanted you there at noon. If you're finished here, we need to head out soon. But you can come back later. I'm sure that anyone in here we can track down if you have specific questions. So he's not shutting you down, but he is advising you that it is time to go, and if you need to, you can ask questions of them later. But
like a now's not the time kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly. You have somewhere to be, but that being said, you do take a look around. You can say you've spent your time, rather than just asking questions necessarily at Bryan. You've all been sitting there, and no one here really no one's looking out of the ordinary. Everyone's pretty concerned. Some of the people, most of the people here are seekers that they're like you in this case. They've requested access to Candlekeep in order to research something or in order to complete some kind of job. So, even though it's not necessarily their business, they still are concerned given the circumstances. What I'm trying to say is there's no one here that really stands out to you as someone who would know more than really you do right now, right? You arguably, in the short amount of time that you've been here, you know more about the situation than anyone else in this room. So you could ask and maybe get like little tidbits of information, but there's nothing like groundbreaking that you're going to discover, if that makes sense.
Then it'd be better to save my breath and wait till, I guess, a different scene, a different setting to ask people. If
In
no one
scene-
seems to know anything right now, then
yeah,
one
in
in
this
this
case, I would take it.
room.
Yeah. Well,
What'd you say, Mel?
I said no one in this room. We need to go to the tower, like not just like,
Yeah.
we're supposed to be meeting Skoda like by a certain time, but also that seems to be where Yashinti is, and that's probably where the room is that we're gonna need to investigate the crime scene. Like we need to move on.
But before we do, Alaric, you got anything, any last minute actions you'd like to take, words, questions?
No, not in character, but out of character.
Mhm.
When he mentioned about the stain, it makes me believe that he might be the one who discovered it or something. Because someone mentioned that oh my god, Jin,
Janusi?
Danusi.
Janusi was gutted, you know, and
Colombian necktied.
It was
yeah.
Fembris.
So
I would say that was Fembris.
Fembris was gutted.
Yeah. No, that's the one who said that.
Remember
yeah,
said that
so
Janusi was gutted.
yeah. If he was gutted, don't you think it'd be more than just a drop or a tiny splash of blood? You know, for someone who got gutted and tied and the gut just choked. I don't know.
But
Well,
does
he could have
Fembris
changed his
actually
clothes.
know?
Yeah.
Could be, but
If he changed his clothes, how would he still have blood on the new attire?
He probably missed it.
Oh, that'd be
He had
very.
it. He had it on his arm, right? Not in his clothes.
Maybe
But that'd be
No,
very
no.
sloppy work for someone who's going to do something like this and then switch clothes.
It was the seams
Is
of his
it-
robe around his right wrist. So like imagine like you had robes, or have you ever worn like I don't know, like a big sweater, and you know how at the bottom maybe your arms are baggy and like so that bottom seam hangs on your arm. Have you ever like dropped that in ketchup or mustard or mayonnaise or soup?
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
That's
tragic.
annoying as shit. That's pretty much what he's describing here. Is that along the bottom seams of his robe, it appeared that there was some kind of red stain, and he believed it to be blood, but it admitted it could have been wine. So it was late. But
yeah. Just out of character, like yes, it's suspicious. We're gonna ask him and get more info and all that, but I just personally don't believe it could be like food or wine.
I don't know.
Because what if he was just grieving, got a little tipsy, and then let that spilled off the side of his hand, and this was.
Well, he said wine, but his drink of that night was brandy.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, not wine.
Yeah.
Brandy's not red.
And maybe he was just an unfortunate witness that maybe got a little.
It could be.
Maybe he
Maybe
was
he's
the
the
one
one
that
who's.
found him
I
and
just want
got
to point this out.
scared.
Brandy is a wine. It's a distilled wine.
Oh.
Brandy's is distilled wine.
Yeah,
I don't know
it's
nothing
very
of it.
expensive,
Hmm.
but it is a wine.
I didn't know brandy was wine. Oh,
I think it's technically considered a liquor because you take the wine and then you distill it down into like a thicker. It's like rather than being 8%, 10% wine, it's closer to like between 35 and 60%
I was
liquor.
about to say,
that's what I was gonna say. Because
So
Brandy- I thought
it's a
brandy was
very
a liquor.
concentrated like wine more or less. But I get your point. It's I think it's considered a liquor, but it is made from wine.
okay,
Yeah, that's all I just wanted to say.
Perfect. Also, not everything like that has to be out of character. Alaric can be discussing that with the group, and you
In
all
that
can,
case, yeah, he'll say just casually that something, as much as he finds that like a very suspicious timing, like the mood and all based on what people describe. But again, people come here to drink. Maybe they were not really like seeing fine, or maybe a little bit dizzy or something and saw something else. But We could always just ask, but personally, I don't think it's necessarily him.
I think Alaric is classically trying to torchlight us.
So
Jumping to
Fimbris,
conclusions.
Possibility.
Fimbris is seemingly getting a little impatient now. He's like constantly looking around and trying to usher you like away from the bar and come out the door. In fact, as you guys are, rather than getting closer to you, he seems to actually be getting farther away, like closer to the door. Please, if you will, we need to make it to the tower now. It's getting late.
Okay, kid, calm down.
Coming.
Okay.
Perfect. So you all go ahead and before we leave, is there anything anyone specifically wants to do here? Out of in character, out of character, is anything you that you wanted to get done before we leave the hearth?
Alaric been eyeing them pies, so he'll take one.
Just a whole pie off the table.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Pays for 2 gold pieces.
I mean,
Is there any peanuts?
there's a bowl of nuts. I don't know if they're peanuts, but there's a bowl of nuts on the table. Sure.
Careful,
Okay.
large
Away from-
allergic.
Adom doubles back for that rack of ribs.
you each decide to grab a snack as you like leave. Fimbris is like leading you out as you all like are munching on a pie and a whole rack of ribs and some peanuts as you go. Love it.
I throw a peanut at Fimbris.
At him.
Yeah, but stealthily.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll an attack roll.
Sharpshooter penalty.
Automatic plus 10 damage would kill him. You're just about to kill Fimbris with a peanut.
Look at his favorite crit.
Death by a
It'd be
peanut.
considered
Another crit.
It'd be considered an improvised weapon. It wouldn't even matter. If you hit, you just killed.
Imagine killing someone with a fucking
it's-
peanut.
It's a peanut. It's a non.
And
Like,
it crits.
it gets in his ear and goes straight into his brain. All right. The peanut
Just so-
hits. It bounces off of Fimbris's head and hits the ground, and he notices. Obviously, it's as stealthily as you can throw a peanut. It still hit him, and so he stops and he looks down, and he can see that there's a peanut on the ground now, and he looks up at Kyle, who has a handful of peanuts, and he's like, "You could have just asked if I wanted one." And he picks it up and he feeds it to Stolas, and just he continues to walk away. Not very.
He's
Nice
too pure.
child, though, anyway.
He's too pure. He's too pure. This kid.
I'll swallow the shit without even munching. Just
Oh, one bite gobble.
How
Oh,
many
jeez.
licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop? So you leave the hearth and traverse across the court of air once more, and it's now, rather than 2 or 3 inches, we're getting closer to like the 4 or 5 inch mark. We are getting snowed in. It is getting more and more. This looks like rain here. It is rain. Pretend it's not. Okay, it's snow. But you do approach what several people now have referred to as the Emerald Door, and you guys have seen it before. I don't know if multiple of you have crossed through the Emerald Door before, outside of this book, to conduct research within Candlekeep, to meet with some of the Avowed. When you were investigating the Gingwatsum, some of you, when you investigated the Gingwatsum, you had to go into the Great Library to ask around and do some research. So this is not all of your times. This might very well be Adom's first time. Maybe probably not Eevee, but Adom, it might be your first time entering through the Emerald Door. But it is.
I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it is a 15-foot high portal, guarded by, in this case, again, ignore this picture necessarily, but it's guarded by a human female mage dressed in these dark purple robes. She appears to be in her 30s. She's dusky skinned, and seems to have a scar on her upper lip. And I do believe that I have Oh, not that one. There we go. Not that. Oh. Hey. I have to zoom out a little bit, but I'm gonna call it her. This is Daedrin. Alaric moves the entire map. No big deal. Cool. Thank you, Alaric.
Me?
Appreciate you
I
doing
was
that.
just I was trying to.
It was
Oh,
me. It
I'm
was
sorry.
me.
Hey, what? Oh,
I'm trying to adjust the thing so I could, look at her.
you just zoom.
Yeah.
I was only staring at her boobies. Like,
Sure.
I'm sorry.
Okay. That's
It
fine.
wasn't
I
my
get it.
choice. It was zoomed in.
Lark, you pervert.
The titties were too powerful. I couldn't help myself.
She is standing at these. Maybe we can. Might be able to shrink this and put it over here just for funsies. There we go. But she is in place of this guard for now. This is just one of the typical watchers that usually do it. But she's currently posted as the keeper of the Emerald Door, and she sees you coming through the wind and the snow. She sees Fimbris and nods, and she kind of, hello, Fimbris. Is this the party that Skoda spoke of? And Fimbris responds, yes, Daedrin. This is they. They're here to help Skoda, and they have a meeting with her very soon. So if we can make this quick, I'd really appreciate it. And Daedra responds, Daedra, you know I have a job to do, right? And they bicker back and forth. But regardless, Daedra takes a look over all of you and asks, are you bringing any weapons into Candlekeep?
We left it in the what's it called? The house arrest.
I
think it's called.
mean, what classifies as a weapon, you know?
Blades, swords, bows, hammers, picks, cannons, firearms. I don't know. Pick a weapon. Bringing any of those in?
Fire, arms.
Yeah, things that go pew pew.
Oh, then no.
That's good. The rest of you?
Nothing on hand.
Yeah. Roll a deception check.
Did she ask about weapons?
You did.
Yeah.
Okay, my brain just literally stopped working for a moment.
Alaric, what's your modifier for deception?
Oh, you said it, Eevee.
Me-
You said not on hand. That's what you said.
God damn it.
You want me to cast guidance?
Well, technically,
Yes.
she's telling the
I'll
truth,
cast
but not
guidance.
the whole truth. It's not lying. Right?
proof.
So it's not lying because she genuinely don't have it on her.
Then the roll will decide that.
Okay, I'm definitely going to accept your guidance, Emmy. Because I have a
I've got
minus one modifier.
Wait, is it only her that has to do a perception check? Or deception check?
Yep, she's the one Daedrin asked, and Eevee
Oh,
said,
God.
not on me. You're so
Okay.
lucky, Eevee. I rolled a natural 1. She
4.
rolled a 4 total. Okay.
So a 9.
Yeah, luckily Daedrin rolled a 4. And it's not for lack of a perception. Daedrin approaches you a little bit closer, and she eyes you, knowing that she can obviously see that nothing is on you, but she glances down and she notices, or she glances at you, and notices you're wearing this, a backpack, and she looks at it, and she kind of gives you the look, and she knows, and you know, and she knows, and you know, and Fimbris interrupts, and Fimbris is like, really, Daedrin, you can see they're not carrying any weapons. Can we please go? And Daedrin looks back at Fimbris and says, you say they're working for Skoda, correct? And Fimbris confirms, and she again gives you the once over and looks at that backpack again. Very well. Keep things where they are, shall we?
Of course.
And she goes to open the Emerald Door. She grabs a staff that is behind her, kind of in its own like little holder. If you ever seen like a like a flagpole base. I know they're like really heavy, but she grabs this staff out of the ground, out of this base, and she taps the door with it, and the translucent glowing green stone that you can see here slowly fades away into total transparency until it just appears to be immaterial. And to show you that you can walk through it, she takes her staff and she passes it through the doorway, and kind of bows her head, and says, you know, "Welcome to the Inner Keep." And Fimbris gets all giddy. He's like, I love it when it does that. And he like rushes through the door directly, ahead of you. As you all follow, there is quite a big staircase. So we have a bigger, let's see. We have a bigger scene here. You can kind of see a bigger scale of Candlekeep. It's as you guys are entering through the Emerald Door here, you have to proceed up a pretty large interior staircase before you emerge into this upper area to get to where you need to go. You can see directly in front of you, obviously, that you can see from the ground is, directly in front of is, what everyone's here to see. And Fimbris, again, casually and very excitedly says, "Welcome to the Great Library." Seekers are almost never permitted here, so you must be very privileged. I assume you're all very proud. And
Of course.
continues to lead you in. So from the archway above the Emerald Door, Fimbris leads you up a flight of stairs, feeling for each step carefully through the blanket of fresh snow that has essentially now swaddled Candlekeep in white. After, declaring, "Behold the Great Library," with a sweep of his arm, you stand in the shadow of what is called the Mighty Exaltation. It is the large tower that you can see directly in the image. He proceeds to guide you around the northern side of the bastion, pointing out buildings of interest as you go. You see that curious blue stack of globes? That's the Astronomicon. And you can see right here this blue, these stack of globes. Everything we know about the stars can be found there. And look, you see that glint of gold under the snow? And you can see here the big dome that's now covered in snow. But even with that, the 6 inches or so that's covering it, it still almost glows. That's the Whispering Dome, part of the Hall of Momentous Deeds. You can hear the words of heroes past and be inspired. And he continues to walk, and you guys, again, it's cold, but you're making it. The wind is much less abrasive in here, as there's plenty of buildings and other structures to keep the wind from hitting you directly, but it's still chilly. But he continues. Fimbris acts like, nothing is happening. What's that building, you say? Why, that's the Genoicus, made from the scales and bones of the ancient red dragon, Farintinamar? Farintinamar, that's right. Anything you need to know about fire and lightning-breathing lizards, you'll find in there. You can even test your mettle in the Dragon Breath Simulation Chamber. But I wouldn't advise that. One of the members of the Avowed died when they tried it. Now you need permission from the Keeper to use it. And, well...
What's it called again?
The Dragon Breath Simulation Chamber? Or
Okay.
the Draconoicus. Draconoicus, yeah. That's what. The Draconoicus is the building, but the simulation chamber, the Dragon Breath Simulation Chamber, that's in there. Yeah. Oh, look, we're here already. And sure enough, you've been led around the northern side of the Exaltation, where one of the bastion's impressive bronze doors here is left ajar for the coming and going of many of the Avowed, who obviously reside in there. A purple-robed watcher stands guard at the door of the entrance hall, but it lets the party through without comment. It seems like most of the security at this point is left to the Emerald, the Watcher of the Emerald Door. As they're the first line of defense. So, firstly, you're here with the Avowed, Fimbris, they recognize, and you're inside, so they let you pass without any comment. After traversing many high-ceilinged walls, traipsing down several tapestry-covered corridors, and climbing many austere staircases, each decorated with busts and oil paintings of stern-faced, long-dead sages, You finally arrive at the chapter house with aching legs. It's been a long walk, trudging through the snow outside and now climbing up all these steps. You all are fit, but climbing all those stairs at once is draining for almost anyone. You do encounter a moon elf scribe standing guard outside, who motions for you all to halt. And again, there's a brief exchange between Fimbris and this moon elf, but eventually you are let in after she writes down all of your names. She requests the names of each of you and writes them in the book after, and lets you in afterwards. And I think, so we're going to do a couple things here. Is this the meeting room we were using?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Okay. So this looks familiar, but it's a meeting room just like any other, so we're going to use it here. As you enter, you can see that the Exaltation's executive meeting room sits under the western gables of... I'm sorry, the chapter house here in this meeting room sits under the western gables of the Exaltation's green slanted roof opposite the Reader's Tower. A distinctive rose window, you can pretend these are rows somewhere, allows natural light to stream in with little of it, what little of it there is right now because of all the snow. There's snow and ice starting to stick to the windows, but it's still allowing some light in. And while this table is square, it should be dodecagonal. It should be a dodecahedron, so 12-sided table. But I don't have a 12-sided table, so I'm sorry. I can make one, maybe, but anyway. And sitting around it are, places for the Keeper of Tomes, places for the First Reader, and 8 Great Readers. As well as the Gate Warden and the Lore Keeper. But as of right now, they're not all here. And you can see that there should also be, that you can see benches along the sides here. There are sitting areas where other people can come and sit. But currently, as you can see, there are 6 Great Readers here in Council and the First Reader. And as you open the door, there's an uproar of noise and sounds. And I need everyone here to go ahead and make a perception check.
Oh my god.
Forgot that I could do advantage on. Never mind. Oh, yeah. That's not any better, man.
Right. It's a cacophony of noise. I mean, there's a lot of voices speaking over each other. Eevee and Kyle, you're able to kind of parse through some of it. And you can hear, various voices. An older man... Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
Disappears.
He disappears. He just read up. An older man on the, in this case, northern side of the table in the middle, cries out, "We must have a vote and restore leadership to Candlekeep." And you can tell that he's a tall, handsome human male with, in this case, smooth, darker skin, and his beard is braided in places. Let's see. The next one is Feminor. And you can hear this. She's a female halfling, and you hear her. "First, we must determine that if Janusi named a successor." Next is not you. Kazrin. Sorry, these names kind of blend together. Let's try to split that up a little bit. A young lady, not a young lady, a middle-aged lady, a slim female human with black gray hair and heavy wrinkles around her dark eyes, exclaims, "First, we must find the murderer." And then Ella's up here. He's a red-cheeked wizard with a receding mane of white hair who, observes his colleagues more with a shrewd gaze. He cries out, "Where is the gate warden with his report?" Another dragonborn present, first, screams out, "The gate warden needs to be dismissed with immediate effect. This happened on his watch." And he appears to be a formidably sized bronze dragonborn, but still an academic. His hefty frame cloaked in tailored, bejeweled robes. He is slightly larger than Skoda here. If you didn't notice, that was Skoda already. As she responds, "Let's be calm ourselves," directed mostly at Alchrist. And lastly, Deralia Shinti asks, "Why isn't Silvira here? And, goodness, who in Avernus are these guys?" As he looks over closest to the edge of the table and looks over at you as you've entered the door, and being the first to notice. As he calls out, everyone seems to stop speaking. Your arrival is jarring to the rest of them, and pretty much all argument has stopped. And we are going to take a quick break there while you get some more information.
What did Yashanti say that was missing?
Who did Ashanti say was missing?
Yeah, that wasn't here.
Silvira was the name. Silvira Savicus.
Okay.
And we will be right back in just a few minutes.
Oh God. Oh God. I'm cross-faded.
Girl.
I'm.
She said she's blasted.
Hey. On giants damage.
No. It's not the song. I mean, like the songs that are played in TFT. It's
Oh
the
yeah,
same,
yeah.
but with
What else?
different like tones and
And
rhythms and
instruments. Yeah,
instruments.
I noticed it. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna start with true damage, and then vary it from there because that's stuck in my head. Like,
I'm back.
welcome back.
Back. Are we all back?
Yeah.
Sorry, Daniel. You can finish your thought if you want.
No, I was just talking about TFT. It ain't that
Yeah, it's all good. Not
small
you
talk.
Small talk is all right. Alrighty.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you just entered into the main meeting, the chamber house, or chapter house, excuse me, is what they call it, in one of the meeting rooms here, and heard a whole bunch of commotion. Mostly all with differing opinions on what they're going to do now. And Darl Yashinti, one of the great readers, or one of the readers, has brought their attention onto you all, asking, "Who in the world are you?" Essentially, his exact reading was, "Who in Avernus are these guys?" And I need everyone to go ahead and make a perception check real quick.
I just want to call him Daryl so bad.
Daryl. I know.
Daryl.
Shake. Oh, let's
Oh
go.
shit.
I
Wait,
got you,
you
Rose. I got you.
perception
With
check?
the
Perception.
natural 20. 27 in total, sir.
Was that a natural? Oh, 27.
Nice,
Was that a
Alaric.
natural 20? Goddamn.
Yeah, 27.
Shake.
What do I see? Do I see their inner thoughts?
You see more than any of us, that's for damn sure.
I can't see shit.
Yeah.
I might as well be blind.
Shit.
Again, with all the yelling that's going on, it's hard to pinpoint exactly any one thing. But Alaric, you can still tell that Daral Yashinti, his eyes are still bloodshot. He's either still drunk or still hungover from the night before. You can't really tell. But yeah, it all checks out based on what the story was, what you've heard from Little One, and what you heard from Bryan. This gentleman here, you don't know any of their names, so this is kind of premature, but what I will say is, of all the people here, this gentleman here closest to you that called out your name, or called out your attention, or called attention to you, excuse me, he is the one that looks like he would have spent all night in the hearth.
Do I see the stain on his clothes, or this is new clothes?
Nothing really appears to be out of order. No, you do not see anything apparent on his sleeve. Whatever, if there was a red stain, it is gone currently.
Uh,
Yeah. However,
I mean,
as everyone's attention turns to you, there's not much room, or there's not much time for you all to act or interject or anything like that. Skoda raises her voice. I believe it kind of introduces you to the group. Readers, these are. I honestly don't know. They introduced themselves to me earlier. They say they know Janusi, but I don't recognize their names. And she points to each of you in turn. Alaric, his familiar Stolas, Emmi, Adom, Eevee, Kyle. They are adventurers that showed up this morning, and I believe I am not alone in seeing their arrival on this tragic Deadwinter day as fateful in some respects. She looks to the group, and some of them, I don't want to say nod, they're all pretty skeptical, but some of them seem appeased by her words, and some of them seem like not at all appeased by her words. But she continues on, given that we must consider the strong possibility that the murderer of our beloved colleague walks amongst us, I believe the best course of action is to delegate the responsibility. If these adventurers are still agreed to it, I recommend that the murder investigation go to these. Go to these seekers. Go to them, who the gods have clearly sent us.
Can we tell which ones were not particularly pleased at the explanation of who we are and why we're there?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe.
I'm gonna ask you to
info?
go ahead and roll a perception. Actually, let's roll an insight check.
Okay.
Anyone who'd like to go ahead and roll, you're more than welcome to. It'll be an insight check for everybody.
We're doing it inside.
Oof. Not
Inside
bad.
check it is. No, I always gotta roll an inside check.
Yeah,
Shake,
not
shake,
bad,
shake,
but
shake.
not the best. 15.
16 in total.
Hey,
Oh, Emmy with
Nice,
it. With
Emmy.
14.
Okay. Yeah. Some of the emotions change as Skoda goes on, right? Some of the things that she says make sense. Some of them just, don't. I don't want to say make sense. Some of them don't resonate with everyone here. Ally here. He doesn't seem impressed. He doesn't seem upset that you're here, but he's certainly, not he's not impressed by your presence. Feminor here, she kind of clams up. The look on her face is one of skepticism more than anything else. Kazrin actually seems pleased. She's happy to see you all there. She's happy that Skoda has kind of appointed you to be a representative. She, nothing on her face indicates anything negative. Let's see. Tellus seems a bit concerned, I guess. Not really sure how to take it. But, not necessarily, I don't know, angry, if you would. Alchrist here seems somewhat neutral to the situation. Skoda here is the one talking, so obviously her words are, her own. And Darl here does seem, pretty suspicious as well. But as, her words are coming across, again, your presence being known kind of silenced the crowd, but everyone else, you took a moment to kind of see everybody's faces, but they're not used to being quiet. And they pretty quickly, some of them voice their opinion. Feminor here kind of looks over to Skoda and kind of mirrors something that Bryan said earlier. You don't think this is a coincidence, do you? That on the morning of Janusi's murder, an adventuring party that looks like them shows up at the gates? That's weird, right?
Looks like us.
Are you saying that out loud?
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm just wondering.
I mean, sure. What is that supposed to mean?
That's essentially what you mean, you people.
Feminor, the halfling, stands up on the table and says, Eevee, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, Eevee, do the 7 of us look conspicuous or inconspicuous? Looking at us right now. You can see us. How do we look?
Suspicious.
Yeah, so don't you think, look at the 5 of you. Do you think your party looks conspicuous or inconspicuous?
I don't know. I'm just here to do a job.
They have a point.
You look pretty conspicuous, Eevee. And she kind of sits back down at the table, like turns back to Skoda. kind of feels like she answered her question without actually answering your question. Tellus here speaks up and says, if these adventurers, if this group is willing to work for us, they need to swear an oath of confidentiality. We can't let secrets of Candlekeep out like that. And Skoda goes to kind of calm him down.
We have no bard, so we don't have to know. Worry. You know.
Only bards can tell tales. Only bards can write notes. Okay.
Yeah.
Darl here speaks up as well, and I agree with Feminor. There's no way that these adventurers just show up like this. That doesn't make any sense. It's pretty convenient that would happen, but Alcrist actually raises his voice, and again, as a dragonborn, his voice is kind of deep and rattly, but as readers, they're here for me. It's not conspicuous. It's not suspicious. They were sent here for me. And again, everybody shuts up. Nothing? Anything? No one?
I was awkward.
Oh. A little awkward. I think, what do we got? Kyle. Emmi. Adom. Alaric. Bye-bye, Solus.
Where's that?
Easy out here. Anyway, everyone kind of looks to you and then looks to Alcrist. Yeah, he confirms they were sent here on a job for me. They showed up this morning. They're a little late. I expected them much sooner, but they're here.
Eevee.
Yes, I just didn't want to air your business. So if you would like to explain to them, that's up to your discretion.
My
Nice
business.
close.
You were here to deliver a book. I don't. Have you brought the book? Have you brought the chest that accompanied it?
Oh, we did bring the book, and it was taken at the gate.
Oh yeah, the other the one that went looking for you, Skoda.
Mm-hmm.
He should have it.
Jostin took it. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm sure we can get it from him. That's no problem. It wouldn't have been entered into the inventory, regardless. But a chest. What kind of chest?
Out of character, sorry.
Sure.
Did the book still contain the message that Genosis gave us?
The message was not attached to the book. It was kind of left on top, kind of rolled up as folded over as a parchment. It did not make the journey with you.
Okay. All right. That's it.
I believe along with the book and the chest, I believe each of you or one of you, all of you, I don't know, one of you were given a letter that was to be delivered to me.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Oh, or scrolls.
Yeah. We have these scrolls.
Perfect. As one of you grab it out of your pocket, the other four vanish. They are gone. It's almost instantaneous. A couple of you go to reach for it at once, but I don't know. Emmi grabs hers first, and as Emmi grabs the scroll out of her bag out of her pouch to hand off to Alcrist, the four of you who are reaching for yours notice that it is no longer there. But Emmi's is still sealed and hands it over to Alcrist, and Alcrist takes it and tucks it away in his sleeve somewhere. Yes, Thank you. And the chest?
Wasn't
Ah.
Adom carrying that
No,
shit?
but
Yep.
Adom.
Yes.
My guy carried that shit all through those stairs.
You slam it down on the table, and sure enough, it makes a decently loud thudding sound as it hits. And Alchrist, nods his head at you, and he snaps his fingers, and an avowed comes from the door behind you, rushes forward, and Alchrist orders him, "Yes, please take this chest to my quarters, please." And sure enough, the
I want
avowed
to know what's inside.
grab.
What? Can you open it?
Can I open it? Of course I can open it. It's my chest.
Wait, it's yours? What? Why was it on Adom's
Why was it on my horse?
It was for me. It's my chest. You took it, or you were given the chest by, I don't know, I believe his name is Goldfist, is a dwarf out of Waterdeep. I don't know, you were there. You accepted a job, and here you are.
The thing is, I didn't. We.
I used my telepathic crystal to send a message to Adom as immediate as possible as this is happening. I just tell him, just go with it. Just go with it.
And Adom proceeds to stay quiet and walk back with the rest.
Sure. Alchrist looks at you a little funny, and I get it. I barely remember the dwarf's name myself, but I had something. I placed an order with him weeks ago through I don't know, through contacts of ours in Waterdeep, and he told me he would have a party deliver it. Like I said, I expected you before the snows came, but I get it. Sometimes it gets colder in the north faster than it does down here, so I appreciate you making it, but I think that's all that I need from you. That's all I require.
It was a great job. Thank you.
Out of character, where's our payment? Mark?
Out of character, I still have that key.
As far as payment is concerned, Alchrist kind of gives you another dirty look and says, "You all should have been paid in advance. This is not something that I'm responsible for. Are you sure it wasn't arranged?" And actually, as each of you again think back to it, and as you begin to realize, you somehow have another 250 gold pieces in your inventory.
Yeah.
You were each paid.
An extra? Like right now? Like
Imagine
you
that
put it-
money disappears after we're done.
Right now, you have another 250 gold pieces.
Cash, yeah.
Yeah. And each of you also recall that there was another piece of payment that upon completion of the adventure, if you made it back to Waterdeep, you would have a either a finely forged blade or a finely forged suit of armor awaiting in Waterdeep of your choice. And you know this. You don't know how you know this, but you know it.
Alaric confusion, but he'll take the blade whenever he gets.
I'll take the armor, I guess.
Skoda, you don't have it now. You'll have it. Well, you don't know when you'll have it. You know that it's waiting for you at Waterdeep. The construction of it, however, the forging of it, was going to be handled while you were gone. The trip from Waterdeep to Candlekeep is weeks long, months long. So it's going to be waiting for you when you make it back to Waterdeep.
Okay.
Skoda, however, now seems a little concerned. She looks over to Alchrist and Alchrist, do you know these adventurers? We can't very well ask for their help if they're not truly impartial. But Alcris assures her, no, I've never met these individuals. They were just hired for a job. I've never seen them before. Is that not right? And points to the rest of you. Have
That's correct.
we ever met?
Nope.
Nope.
And he looks back over at Skoda, and they couldn't even remember their employer's name. So I hardly believe that that there's any connection that I'm unaware of between us and them. And Skoda looks around the table and kind of confirms with the rest of them. And none of you are claiming to know the adventurers here. Is that correct? And all of them nod their head. And you hear muttering, "Of course not." And no, not them. And everyone else is just shaking their head. And then Skoda kind of nods and says, "Well, while I appreciate all of your input, the decision is really up to me, and I believe it's time that we." And at the same time, as she's just about to, make a declaration, the someone that you recognize walks in behind you, and it is in fact Kaylin.
Yeah.
And Kaylin rushes forward, and he goes to address reader Skoda. You can tell he's a tall, imposing human. You've seen him before. And he goes to address Skoda, and Skoda completely cuts him off. Thank you, Kaylin, but given your own troubled relationship with the Keeper of Tomes and the need for an impartial investigation, this council and I have decided to relieve you from the case and appoint a body of independent investigators. Please focus on securing our defenses and ensuring no other creature enters or leaves Candlekeep. And you can see that the Gate Warden's eyes flash for a second. You're not sure whether it's anger or sadness or disappointment or just pure emotion, but they flash briefly for just a moment before he, and you can see him tremble, right? Like his arms tremble, his knees kind of almost give out. Before he recovers himself, he gives a brief, curt bow and does an about face and immediately leaves.
I bow back.
You bow to. Oh, he's bowing this way to them, to Skoda.
Oh,
But
I thought he was bowing to us.
As he passes by, Kyle bows just briefly, and he stops and looks over at Kyle, shakes his head, and just leaves. And is immediately out the door.
Oh, I like Kaylin.
As I was saying, if you are still willing to help, then I shall appoint you. You will be the formal investigators of Keeper Janusi's murder. Do you agree?
Yes.
Of course.
Agree.
We're glad. We're honored to help Candlekeep in this time of need.
She waits for the others to respond.
Yeah.
Of course.
Am I muted? What?
Oh, you're good. I heard you.
Oh, okay.
There are others. She looks. She nods at each of you as you agree. She looks to she looks around the table and asks, "Are there any objections?" And a couple of the dissenters before start to raise their voice, and Skoda quickly cuts them off as well, similar to how she did Kaylin. And she responds, "Any serious objections?" And the voices kind of halt, and heads are shaken. And Skoda responds, "Well, that's that. We should begin immediately." And that's where we'll end today's session. So,
Gee.
you've officially been hired as the independent investigators of Janusi's murder. Congratulations.
And I don't want King to hate us.
Detective Torchlighters. Let's go.
So yeah, learned a little bit. You got to question some people and get an idea, or get some early ideas. You talked to 2 people, 3 people if you count Fimbris, really. So it's always good to start taking notes now and making sure that everything's on the same, that you're all on the same page. But there's a lot more to uncover. There's a lot more than what you've heard so far. We are on, I don't know, if I had to give page numbers, we're on like page 30 of 100 and some odd pages, so 130 pages. So
Damn.
you guys are just beginning. You've not even seen the crime scene, which, spoiler alert, will be the very next thing you do. So
Cool.
Hee.
Cool.
I'm looking forward to it.
yeah,
Yeah, that was a nice session. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
very much. That was fun.
very glad. Thank you all for being here. We went the full time, which was good. We haven't done that in a while, so I'm glad.
Yeah, I go pass out now. Good night, everybody.
Yeah.
Good night, Laura.
Good night,
Laura.
Laura.
Oh, and
Right.
Laura, before you leave, I'm sorry, you still there?
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
need to figure out what is everyone, or is anyone not available around the Thanksgiving time? So the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. I think, what is the 22nd?
Yeah.
22nd.
I know,
So
Bryan, you're not going to be available on the 23rd, but does that affect the 22nd as well?
I'm not gonna be like for the whole week.
Okay.
I'm gonna be out of town.
Okay. I'm okay suspending that session. It's the day before Thanksgiving. I know people usually have family, people have things to do. I know for Daniel, it may be different for you. I don't know. Is Boxing Day your Thanksgiving? Is that how it goes?
I mean, I already had my Thanksgiving, but for me, honestly, let me see, the 22nd. I don't think I have anything on the 22nd. I should be already cleared. When is boxing? Hold on.
Go
I'm
ahead, Laura.
okay with anything. I was gonna say, if you're gonna suspend it or play it, I'm okay.
Sorry, not Boxing Day. It's Black Friday. That's the 24th.
The
I'm still
24th.
good. I'm
Okay.
still good.
I am not going to be available on the 24th, though. Yes, our session is on the 23rd,
Oh, yeah.
but 24th for me, I won't be available. But on the 22nd, I'm fine.
I don't think we're playing that week anyway. I think Anthony's out of, or Anthony's in Hawaii. So I don't think we're
Yeah.
playing on the
Oh yeah,
23rd or
yeah,
24th anyway.
yeah. He did actually say that. Well, that's good.
Mel, Bernadette, are we available on the 22nd or not?
I'm available the 22nd. It was the 29th where I would potentially only be able to play for like an hour or two
Okay.
because I have that banquet.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So if
Um,
you have it on the 22nd, great. If not, I mean, Chris is gonna have to take his kids home anyway, so I'm gonna just be chilling here by myself. So
I've got it.
yeah.
Bernadette, what
So
are we
I'm
thinking?
good to play.
um, I don't think I'm not sure. I can't ask what what the plans are.
Okay.
Cause yeah, 'cause someone
Um,
tells me anything.
I hear you. No worries. Yeah, just let me know. For right now, if
Yeah.
Bryan's the only one missing, we'll go ahead. No offense to Bryan, but there's 5 of us now, so with one of us missing, it's less than 25% of the group. So
Yeah, I'm
we'll
okay.
continue with the 22nd. These will be streamed and recorded as always, so Bryan can always go back and watch whatever we've missed. And then on the 29th, if Mel has to leave early, we'll adjust then too. But right now, we'll continue on. If Bernadette is not available the 22nd, so Bernadette, whenever you find out, just let us know. Send it in Discord. If Bernadette is not available, we will not have a session on the 22nd. But if Bernadette is 100% available, we will be still playing and meeting on the 22nd. Cool.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good.
Then I think that's it. I'm gonna go eat some Indian food.
Ooh, enjoy.
Yeah, I hope
Enjoy
so.
it.
Thanks
Alright,
for
Good
the
night,
session.
everybody.
You're welcome.
care,
I
guys.
love you all.
Bye.
Get some
Bye,
rest, and I'll
everyone.
see you next week.
Yep.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Cheers. Cheers.
Alrighty, friends. That concludes that. Good session. Good time. I appreciate the viewers that we had. I appreciate you guys being here and enjoying the session with us. I'm sorry I can't interact with stream much. I know I put that little alert in the chat that comes out every 15 minutes just to let people know that I'm not ignoring them. Man, Irish came in and said that he had a baby, and I was in the middle of talking, and I felt terrible not being able to voice that, but also it's his business. I didn't want to say it, like, you know, to everybody. But congratulations, Irish, if you're still here. If not, I'll congratulate you again when I next see you. That's great, man. I'm really happy for you. That's pretty exciting. But yeah, it was a good session. It was a good time. This is fun. We're getting into it. This is the first time I've done like a murder mystery like this. I've done like puzzles and like little things, but this is the first time that I've ever done something that like had like a long storyline like this that just continued on. So, but yeah, we're gonna call it for the day. We'll be back tomorrow morning to start Crisis Core. Man, I'm excited about that. I need to set up my PlayStation tonight. I forgot to do that. Anyway, we will set up that. I will get Crisis Core going in the morning. I'm excited. And then tomorrow night we should still be playing D&D again. I'll be streaming. Tomorrow will be a double stream. I'll be streaming in the morning and I'll stream in the evening from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. So, exciting stuff. But as always, I appreciate you all here. I love you all very, very much. Thank you for always being here. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody.